Two. Check 1, 2. Good morning. Good morning, Mary Curie Field. You should be queuing your robots before opening ceremonies at 8. If your robots are in the first 2 matches this morning, you should be queuing your robots. Woo! Let's go. Let's head over to the field and get those robots set up. Opening ceremonies in 10 minutes. I don't want to be talking about Hard Daddy, but yes, I believe, I'm not sure, bought it off a guy on the street yesterday. He also had free candy in a white van. He might be out there again today.
Attention in the Marie Curie division. This is your reminder that you cannot have food or drink in the pits down here. We want to protect the ice and be respectful of our venue. Again, no food, no drinks. Please enjoy those in the stands. We've got 4 minutes until opening ceremonies.
level in season. Through our collaboration with FIRST, we hope our work motivates you to see what's possible in the depths of our oceans and understand we all play an important role in protecting those waters. Let's look at some of those technologies with my colleague, Julie.
Thanks, Dantea. From 500 miles up in space, the visible infrared imaging, which is what I work on, rides aboard a satellite gathering information about our environment, like ocean chlorophyll levels or algae blooms along the coast. VEERS is basically just a really fancy camera that's changing the way we see our planet. It has a rotating telescope to gather particles of light called photons that travel through various lenses, mirrors, and detectors to generate data that's used to identify things, like emerging storm patterns. VEERS' tracking capabilities can increase warning times on approaching hurricanes and forest fires, and this ultimately saves lives. On board a different satellite, RTX's new Glimmer instrument will collect and process information from across the electromagnetic spectrum to get a detailed view of coastal water. Gulf decision makers rapidly respond to coastal disasters, like an oil spill. Back here on the ground, RTX is optimizing technology, drought, and other water quality challenges.
These are just a few innovations season's First Tech Challenge teams. It's truly inspiring, and we look forward to seeing more of your STEM skills in action. You should be so proud of your accomplishments, no matter the result of today's event. I know we truly are. Best of luck, teams.
A big thank you to RTX as a sponsor of the event. Before we do go any further, I may have missed one or two very important people to thank. So I want to take a quick moment. If I could have your attention, I want to take a quick moment. If you are a student, if you're a student here competing, I need you to lock eyes either with your parents, your guardian, your coach, your mentor, because none of this would happen without them. None of this would happen without parents in these stands, mentors running these teams, and I want you to applaud as loud as you can for these amazing people. That's right. And when you leave this arena today, I need you to make sure you say thank you. They are the most important people. And speaking of important people, I would love to introduce you to one very important person, not just for this event, but for all of the students here. If you see this man walking around this event, you better bend his ear because you want a job working at Consumer Energy. This man is not just, and his company is not just the title sponsor, but Greg Salisbury is the VP of Electrical Engineering for Consumer Energies, and he has a message for all of you. Welcome, Greg.
Thank you. And good morning, First Robotics. It's a little bit dark and cold outside, but it is on fire in here, and I'm always impressed at the sophistication, the technical knowledge, at the teamwork that I see at these events. And we sponsor events throughout the year, and especially these elite events. So congrats to all of you for making it here, for getting through yesterday. Did anybody have any problems yesterday that you worked on? That's right, continuous improvement, problem solving. Those are fundamental skills that we use every day. 8,000 plus of my coworkers, technicians in the field, engineers, designers, customer service reps, accountants. You're practicing the same skills that we all use every day, keeping Michigan warm and bright. Thank you to the judges, the coaches, the parents, the countless hours getting ready for this, getting up here and getting through this weekend. we know that's a lot of work, and we appreciate your dedication to advancing STEM in Michigan. So for today, teams, stay calm. Remember all the things you practiced. Listen to your teammates. Collaborate. And those are the keys to having great outcomes. And keep learning. The things you're doing today, believe it or not, are going to be so similar to what you'll be doing through high school, college, and into your professional careers. Great luck today. Have an awesome day.
Thank you so much, Greg. Now, if these young people want to learn more about consumer energy and how they could maybe find a career very similar to you did, what's the best way they can find out more?
Well, consumersenergy.com is always a great way to connect with us. I'm here today. My partner in crime, Megan Hayward, also one of our engineering leaders, is here, and we look forward to talking to you.
A huge thank you to Craig and Consumer Energy for being the title sponsor of the event today. And it is with extreme and deep pleasure that I get to announce our next guest speaker. You know him, you love him. He is no stranger to robotics, but especially the city of Muskegon. It is my great pleasure to introduce our own city manager for the city of Muskegon, Jonathan Seifer.
Thank you, Jamie. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the city of Muskegon. It is my sincere pleasure to welcome you to this great town on behalf of our mayor, Ken Johnson, and the city commission, and the 300 employees that we have here in the city, including here at Trinity Health Arena in this city facility. We're so happy to host you. We're so happy that you're here, and we hope this becomes a place that you come back to year after year. This is a really exciting competition. I took some time to watch some of the videos on YouTube of what you guys have done in the past, and it's so cool, so much cooler than stuff that I did in high school and middle school. So I'm really excited to see what you guys do here today. Thank you for coming to Muskegon, and thank you for making us a place for you to continue your education in robotics.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. We appreciate all the support that the city of Muskegon offers. What a beautiful venue and a beautiful city to host this event. It is, again, a few people that are so essential to today's event, and none more than this giant line of yellow shirts that are sitting in front of you. I'm telling you, no, not that you're giant, but just there's a huge line of them. Anyway, I know when those yellow shirts walk by you, do you get nervous? No? He's excited. This one's shaking their head. Oh my gosh, so nervous. And this huge line of yellow shirts really couldn't be possible without a leader. So I'd like to acknowledge not just our judges, but first our judge advisors. Jack, could you stand up? As well as Mark, could you stand up? And all of our judges, please stand up for a quick round of applause and acknowledgement for all the work you put in. Okay, no. I said quick acknowledgement. Sit down, stop this now. This is ridiculous. These individuals have a difficult job of singling out the best of the best from today's teams. They've already been busy this morning interviewing teams, actually yesterday morning, and reviewing team information, and they'll be all over the pits and watching match play today. So look for them and look forward to seeing them. Don't be nervous when the judges come around because they want to celebrate all of your accomplishments. Now, these matches have run tremendously smoothly, and there's a reason for that, isn't it, Kyle? Don't let him confuse you. Kyle Flynn is our lead FTA here at the event, and he is joined on this field, Woody Flowers, by Jessica Messing, is our FTA here on the Woody Flowers field. And I've got Carl and Amber. Are you over here? I don't see your faces. They're over on Mary Carey's field. We love them, and we're so glad they help keep the robots moving smoothly. Our technical volunteers know the ins and outs of the robot control system we use to run this competition and are key to keeping the event moving smoothly, as I mentioned. They ensure the robots are running properly on the field, and we all thank you. And finally, I'd like to introduce our referees. Here on the here on the Woody Flowers field, we have David Kowalski. David, where's your raise? There you go. We love you. And then a man who gets his headwear where I shop. We are so glad to have Kelly Cook on the Marie Carey field. Thank you so much. As we earlier thanked our parents and mentors, we want to continue to remind those mentors how valuable they are throughout this competition and throughout each step of these students' evolution through FIRST Robotics. A few minutes ago, we had a brief discussion, or we should have had a brief discussion about gracious professionalism. We have seen some beautiful examples of that here at the competition, and we encourage teams to continue to exhibit and exude the ethos of FIRST through their gracious professionalism, both on the field of play and off. And who better to further explain the core values of FIRST than our very own Dean's List Award winners? We have a brief video.
Gracious professionalism is the positive, kind, and respectful way in which we treat each other. It's the reason that the FIRST community is so special.
It's about balancing competition and cooperation. And it's all about cooperating in a time of manner. Well, even though there's stress, even though there's conflicts, we should always be in a respectful and kind manner to no matter who we are talking to.
In a FIRST setting, it's being nice to your teammates and being willing to lend a helping hand, even if you know, next match you may be competing against them.
Our team tries to use gracious professionalism as an event by always supporting other teams, be willing to lend parts to others, and showing kindness to others no matter the outcome of a match.
I was competing against another team and they had forgot to charge their battery. So I had one that was fully charged and I handed it to them because I wanted it to be a fair match and to make sure that everyone was having fun.
Helping a kid who rarely smiled because he had a rough time light up with joy when he had his first robot move, and that gave me so much joy because I know that made his day, maybe his week, maybe even his year.
I want to be a leader and like a person people can look to for support and help.
You can be a gracious professional both in your everyday life and in your future just by being kind and respectful to everyone and helping everyone out.
I work hard to learn technical skills so that I can help run local events in the community, and I actively mentor others to do the same.
When I go to school, sometimes we have group projects and they're a little bit tough, and gracious professionalism can really help me through that with the collaboration and feedback sessions.
We can, build sort of this ecosystem where everyone is happy and everyone's respecting each other and flourishing together as a family.
A fantastic message and the perfect examples of gracious professionalism throughout the organization. Give those Dean's List winners a round of applause. Oh, we are so close now. We're so close. As soon as our opening ceremonies conclude, we're going to go ahead and resume match play. Now, just a rough schedule for today. Our hope is having all of our qualifiers done by about 11:30, and 11:30 we're going to begin the alliance selections. The alliance selections for our divisional finals. After those alliance selections have happened, we're going to break for lunch. We'll come back and start those interdivisional final matches. So we're hoping 11 o'clock, 11:30. Before we get started, let's take a moment to be mindful about safety. Yes, safety. Now, each division has its own pit admin table at opposite ends of the arena. Should you experience an emergency, please report to your pit admin table. They have some basic first aid supplies. We also have some advanced paramedics on site as well that I'm aware of. Thank you so much, Alex. And if you have need of a fire extinguisher, you will also report to the pit admin tables at your respective division. And where are those? On the opposite ends of the arena. Yes, you guys will absolutely remember that. I am so confident. We also have, we already mentioned that before we begin our matches, I would like everyone in the arena to please rise. And if you could remove your hats in respect. Kyle Flynn will be performing the national anthem on what possibly is the most beautiful instrument I've ever seen in my life. It's more than just robots, people. It is more than just robots. Thank you so much, Kyle. That was amazing. You're going to hear some voices today. You may be lucky enough to hear mine from time to time, but I'll be on the other field if you get bored with these MCs and GAs. I understand. Yes, the gauntlet is thrown. But I want to introduce your game announcer for the Woody Flowers Field. Matt, come on out here and take a bow. He's dropping it like it's hot all day long. Kaylee, I love you. You are the goddess of MCs. I've learned so much by being just in your presence. I couldn't thank you enough. Have I told you I'm very sarcastic? Anyway, I meant everything. Now, if you want to have some entertainment, stop on over to the Marie Curie Field, and you're going to see myself, as well as my beautiful game announcers, Ethan and Morgan. And it wouldn't be right if I didn't thank Consumer Energies just one more time for being a phenomenal sponsor and allowing us to come and have all of this fun today. So when you see Greg, I want you to pull on his sleeve on his coat, and I want you to ask him what else he can tell you about Consumer Energies. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It's time for some robots! Well, let's get these matches underway and meet our teams. Have a great day, everyone. We're so glad you're here.
Good morning, Marie Curie. How's everyone feeling? Did you get a lot of sleep last night? Are the robots working, though? Yeah, that's what I like to hear.
Morgan, you're jinxing it.
I'm not jinxing it. We are all going to perform super awesome, right? Yeah, there you go.
Are we on match 36?
Yeah, we're on it already.
Did it already start?
We just started.
You started without me? I thought we were buds, Houghton. I thought we were buds. What in the heck? All right, let's introduce our Red Alliance. Let's hear 13284.
From Houghton, Michigan, it's the Snowbot Silver.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, let's hear it for 23410.
From Traverse City, Michigan, they're the TC Titans Apollo.
Hoping for a win on the Blue Alliance, let's introduce 7643.
From Fenton, Michigan, they're the Tungsten Tigers.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, 16464.
One of your teams from Belmont, it's this other team.
These teams are rare, and I know they're ready. I know they're going to throw some thumbs up real quick. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Okay. Kelly, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. What? I might just have to use the bathroom, but I think I'm just excited. Drivers behind the mark. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
It's already starting off qualification match number 36. We have both Snowbot Silver and the Tungsten Tigers trading blows onto each alliance's high chamber. But it looks like this other team and TC Titans Apollo are looking to do the same for their respective high baskets. But so far on the Red Alliance side, it is TC Titans Apollo getting the jump on those samples that are right in front of their net zone as they have another neutral one in hand. They turn, they dump it at the same time. Tungsten Tigers in blue are moving those around.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now going into our driver control period. The game is still close between our red and blue alliances, but there's still a lot of time to play some into the deep as we have this other team with their very grippy hair clip design over here, grabbing a neutral sample from right in front of their net zone, reaching up, dropping it off. That's another score up there for the Blue Alliance. We have the Tungsten Tigers, their Blue Alliance partners, grabbing a third specimen as they clip that onto their high chamber for the Red Alliance as a Snowbot Silver in red clip the second one for red. We have the TC Titans Apollo once again going into this center as they accidentally drop it to the other side of the Red Alliance high basket, but that is A-okay as they're right back at it to the submersible as they have another neutral sample in hand. They reach up, can they jump it? Yes, they can. That's another score up there for the Red Alliance. But at the same time, it's this other team once again going to drop off a neutral sample into the Blue Alliance high basket. That's the fourth one up there. With 52 seconds left now in this qualification match. And we have the Tungsten Tigers looking to do a little bit of a dance for us over there as they're trying to position in the right way so they can get a specimen over from their human player. It looks like this other team is just getting ready to hang for our end game with 32 seconds. But now that we are in our end game period, it's this other team that is right at it trying to attempt a level 2 ascent as they look to be engaged on the low rung, and it looks like they are attempting a level 3 ascent for their alliance as we see them reach up. Can they get it? Yes, they can. That's a level 3 ascent for the Blue Alliance. But now there's 7 seconds left, and we are seeing if these other robots can hang. It looks like with no seconds left in this qualification match that all 4 robots are up and hanging on the field for those endgame ascent points.
That is phenomenal. Phenomenal. First match on the field today. All right, Morgan, let's meet some teams down here on field 1. Starting off with our Red Alliance, team number 23-445.
It's not easy being green with their robot, Sir Kermit. It's the Furious Frogs.
And I think their alliance partner is green with envy. Team number 26-859.
They're always sparking innovation. It's the Spark Squad.
Heading down to the Blue Alliance. Let's hear it for 13-702.
Jelly Joe is at the ready. It's Joebots White.
Joining them and rounding out the Blue Alliance, team number 14-788.
Ready with the Robot Titan. It's the Tech Titans.
Oh, let's hear the scores.
And the winner of qualification 36 is the Red Alliance with a score of 200 to Blues 157. We do have 5 points of foul, and the winners get 2 ranking points.
That is awesome. These teams on field 1 are ready to go. Drivers behind your marks in 3, 2, 1, Dive!
And they're off for the first match of the day on the DTE Foundation field. Blue Alliance, our Jobots White start with a specimen on the high chamber for the Blue Alliance. We've got Spark Squad headed in with their specimen, and they go to clip it on, but it pops off. Jobots White go to clip on another, and they've got it headed back to the observation zone to pick up that specimen from the human player. Spark Squad got a specimen onto the high chamber, and they're ready to pick up another in that observation zone. And the drivers are off. We've got the Tech Titans depositing a sample into the high basket for the Blue Alliance. Furious Frogs on the other side of the field picking up a sample from the floor. Jobots White head with a sample in their mechanism and go to deliver it into the high basket, and they've placed it. Furious Frogs grabbing that neutral sample, lining up with the basket for the Red Alliance, and they get it into the high basket. Jobots White delivering samples towards the human players so that they can turn them into specimens. We've got robots fishing inside the submersible. Tech Titans come out with a sample and deliver it into the high basket. Furious Frogs doing the same for the Red Alliance, dropping it into the high basket. Jobots still fishing inside of that submersible to get a specimen. Spark Squad with a specimen in their claw. They go to clip it on, and it falls off, unfortunately. These things are hard to get on. You need precision, and they are going to keep up. They've got that tenacity. We've got Jobots White, who just clipped on another specimen. They head to the observation zone, grab another. They head over to clip it on, while their alliance partner, Tech Titans, delivers a sample into the high basket. And that is the 30-second mark. Teams may start ascending, but we're going to get some final scoring. Spark Squad with a specimen over for the Red Alliance. Jobots running cycles with the specimens. Tech Titans with a sample in hand, but they are choosing to ascend. 10 seconds left in the match. Jobots is lining up to ascend. We've got both robots on the Red Alliance side in the air. One, and that is match. Amazing performance to all of these teams.
Oh, as we're waiting for scores to come in, I think it's a great time, Ethan, to introduce the teams in our next match, shall we?
I think I'm ready.
How about Team 27609?
From Coloma, they're the Ratchet Robots.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, 23623.
Currently ranked #1, my neighbors from down from M24, they're the Hydra Dragons.
And across the field on the Blue Alliance, let's hear it for 14791.
From Bloomfield Hills, they're the Galactic Gears.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, 8533.
Currently ranked #4 out of Brighton, Michigan, they're the CSA Miners.
Scores are in.
All right, we're ready to see who won qualification match number 37. And we have the Blue Alliance winning that match with a score of 163-97 as 13702 actually moves up into the 4th position.
These drivers are chomping at the bit over here. I'm getting thrown out some flexes over here. I think they're ready. Guys all ready? Drivers behind your mark. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
So it looks like we've got both the CSA Miners and the Ratchet Robots going to trade specimen clips onto their respective height chambers, as unfortunately it looks like the Hydra Dragons out of Lake Orion are kind of just saving some battery power for their driver control period. So it looks like the CSA Miners were trying to go back and attempt to clip specimens onto the Blue Alliance height chamber. There are 3 seconds left in Autonomous.
controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now in our driver control period, we have the Hydro Dragons back at it once again as they send that first sample that they had up into the high basket. They've got 2. They have a third one in hand. Can they make it 3 very quickly? Yes, they can. They're aiming to clear out their side of the field from those neutral samples as they looking to get another one in hand. As they've got it, can they reach up? Can they get it? Yes, they can. That's the 4th score up there for the Red Alliance. But at the same time, we have the Galactic Gears over on the other side just ferrying some neutral samples over into their net zone. That's 2 points each down there. But they decided they're going to try and rescore some of those into the high basket for more points. And they're doing that right now as still on the Blue Alliance side, the CSA Miners, that's 85-33. They're going back over to their human player once again as they clip a 4th specimen onto the high chamber for their alliance. But at the same time, the Galactic Gears are trying to score into the low basket. But at the same time, your Ratchet Robots out of Coloma, they clip a 4th specimen onto the red high chamber, but CSI Miners makes that 5 for the Blue Alliance as they head right back over to their observation zone as they clip a 6th one for their alliance. But at the same time, the Hydro Dragon scores up once again as they accidentally de-score a few of those. But that is A-okay as there's still a lot of time left in our end game for any of these alliances to win. As the Ratchet Robots clip one up there once again. The Hydro Dragon score up into the high basket once again. CSA Miners are looking to attempt another clip of a specimen, but they don't quite get there. But there's 4, 3, 2, 1 second left in our end game period. And it looks like we had now 3 out of the 4 robots up and getting those ascent points.
Look at that. Look at that score. I love it when they're close. Morgan, let's find out who's on field number 1 for our next qualifier. Just a quick announcement. There was a team that may have misplaced a hotel key down on the field right around field 1. We're going to turn those keys into the pit admin table. So if you are missing some hotel swipe card keys, you're playing in the first couple matches, they're going to be at the pit admin table. All right, starting out with the Red Alliance, team number 6482.
With their robot Sebastian, it's Red Storm Robotics Red.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, 16646.
This isn't a petting zoo, it's Zoobotics.
Down on the Blue Alliance, let's introduce 10477.
They are faster than fast, it's Rapid Robots.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, let's hear it for 15104.
They're swooping down and electrifying the water. It's the Static Eagles.
Looks like they're still working on the scores from the last match. We'll have those for you momentarily. And again, if you were a team that played in the first couple of matches on Marie Curie, and you may have lost some hotel keys, they'll be turned into pit admin. All right. Looks like we've got the thumbs up on our scores.
And the winner of the General Motors field is the Red Alliance, 143 to 125. This was a clean match. Otto and Teleop actually the same and no fouls. So it was that other Teleop that made all the difference.
The Ascent, look at that. Wow, that's a fantastic match.
And the Hydro Dragons staying in first place.
All our teams are looking ready. Drivers behind your marks in 3, 2, 1, dive!
And these robots are off. They are fast. Static Eagles starting off with a specimen on the high chamber. 16646. It's Zubotics. They got not one, but two neutral samples in the high basket for the red. They're going for a third. And they put it through their indexer and drop it in. Static Eagles over on the blue alliance is bringing their third specimen onto the high chamber. They clip it on. Rapid Robots getting those neutral samples in the net zone. And that is another specimen done by the Static Eagles.
3, 2, 1.
Step up and drive. It is into the deep. We've got Zubotics starting off quickly fishing out that sample and delivering it into the high basket for the Red Alliance. They go and grab another and drop it in the high basket. Static Eagles dropping a neutral sample for the Blue Alliance in the high basket, and they go up to pick up another and start fishing inside of that submersible. We've got robots connected inside of the submersible. Rapid Robots and Static Eagles, they're alliance partners, and they're going to try to unhook themselves. Over on the Blue Alliance side, Red Alliance side, we have Zubotic. They've unhooked themselves. Rapid Robots is teetering on the outside of the submersible, but they realign themselves. Amazing communication over in the little driver's square that they're all standing in. We've got 4 samples in the high basket for the Blue Alliance. Zubotics quickly filling up the high basket for the red. 6482 Red Storm Robotics goes and grabs a specimen from the observation zone, delivering it onto the high chamber. Can they clip it on? They're lining up. And they've clipped it on. Static Eagles grabbing a specimen from the observation zone for the Blue Alliance. That is the 30-second mark. Zubotics delivering yet another sample into the high basket, filling up quickly for the Red Alliance. Static Eagles going to clip on another specimen on the high chamber. Rapid Robots depositing a sample into the low basket, followed by their alliance partner, Static Eagles, into the high. We've got robots ascending with 2 seconds left, and that is time for qualification 39. Incredible performance.
Nothing short of amazing there. For as long as the Blue Alliance was tied up with each other in the middle of the gaming field, those score is tremendously close.
I know, it's hard to watch those things, especially when it's alliance partners, because it's a lot of work to get unstuck like that.
It is nervous. You don't want to damage the robots at all. I think we're going to jump down, and as we're going to be waiting on that score deliberation, let's introduce our teams. This is qualification match number 40, which we're going to 63. So that means we've only got 24 matches left today. That's going to go quick.
It's hard to believe.
Let's introduce our Red Alliance team, 8513.
Ready for an amazing performance. It's Jobots Maze.
Joining them, team 22192.
Their swords are ready. It's the Servo Soldiers.
Heading out the Blue Alliance, let's hear team 11228.
They're pecking away at the competition. It's the Overclocked Bots.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, 22154.
Clawing their way to the success, it's Wayland Cat Autonomous.
And let's check the scores for that last match.
Take a look at the board in the sky. The winner of the last match is Red Alliance, 226 to 213. 5 foul points on that match, and Red Alliance walks away with 2 ranking points.
It can all come down to just a couple game pieces. These teams, they're looking ready. They're talking strategy. Thumbs up from the teams. Drivers, behind your marks. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
And we are off on the General Motors field of the Marie Curie division. We're starting off with 1 specimen for each alliance. 1 for blue, 1 for red. Jobot's Maze over in the observation zone, picking up a specimen. On the other side, Overclocked Bots grabs a third specimen and clips it on. They grab a fourth, they're lining up, and they clip on 4. That's Overclocked Bots. Overperforming with those specimens.
2, 1.
And it is time to dive into the deep. We're starting off with Overclocked Bots delivering a sample into the high basket. Over on the Red Alliance side, we've got the Servo Soldiers with a sample in hand. Jobot's Maze line up to deliver that sample into the high basket, and they get it. Servo Soldiers following suit, depositing a sample into the low basket. Jobot's Maze puts a specimen onto the high chamber. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 samples. Make it 6 almost. Yeah, make it 6. That's by the Overclocked Bots. And make it 7. They are running some fast cycles over on the Blue Alliance side in this high basket. Jobot's Maze with a specimen in hand. They are lining up to go attach it onto the high chamber, and they clip it on with precision, going to grab another and completing those cycles. We've got 22154. It's Wayland Catatonimus fishing inside of the submersible with an Alliance-specific sample in hand. They deliver it to their human player in the observation zone while their partner completely fills up the high basket with samples. Overclocked Bots clips on a specimen. They go and grab another from the observation zone. Jobot's doing the same for the Red Alliance. There are 18 seconds left in this match. Oh, and it falls off in the last seconds. 12 seconds left for these teams to ascend. Can they do it? Jobot's Mason is in the air. Overclocked Bots is in the air. 3, 2, and 1. That is time for qualification 40 on the General Motors field.
Oh, my goodness.
They just keep getting better.
Oh, my goodness.
All these teams, it's just so fast-paced.
300 game today, right? 300 game in qualification.
At least.
We got to break 299. We got to do it. I'd like to do it over on this field.
Yeah, I'd like to have the high score for the weekend over in the Marie Curie division.
Right, and I don't want to be unfair, but I will be honest. The Woody Flowers field thinks they're better than us.
I mean, we kind of think we're better than them.
They do.
Don't we?
They have like better candy over there. Yeah, it's not a joke.
We just got some nerds.
I know we
for
did.
the volunteers.
Awesome. Let's meet our teams.
It's a beautiful day for nerds.
I think we're already on qualifier 41. Let's meet team 12-8-62.
They won't be dragging in this match. It's the Walden Dragons.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, 16-4-64.
With this one robot, Gilbert, it's this other team.
And we're rounding out the Blue Alliance. We've got 53-86.
Barnacle Bot emerges from the sea. It's the Fabricators.
And last but not least, team 13-6-84.
The Sushi is rolling in. It's Infinity Tech.
And before we jump into this round, let's check out the scores from the last match.
And the winner for qualification 40 is the Blue Alliance. 207-283. 0 fouls in that match. And Blue Alliance walks away with 2 ranking points. That is a lot of other teleop points that the Blue Alliance scored up there.
It was a rather successful match for them. And as these matches dwindle down, teams are really scrambling for their positioning going into potential alliance selections for our divisionals.
I'm sure we also had a lot of strategy conversations last night about if they are in that top, who they're picking to be on their alliance.
So if you are not on the drive team, what is the most important role? You're not in the pit. You're not in the drive team. What are you doing for your team?
You're probably, I heard it over here. You're scouting.
That's right. Because when we get to that alliance selection, you got to compliment your robot. All right, drivers, behind your mark. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
And they are off. We've got 2 specimens clipped for the Blue Alliance. And 12-8-6-2, that's the Walden Dragons. They clip one for the Red Alliance and go to deliver a sample, but it does fall out of that basket. We've got Mr. Muscle for 13-6-84. That's Infinity Tech. Delivers 2 samples, but misses the third. The Fabricators deliver that third specimen, and they park in the observation zone for the end of Autonomous.
3, 2, 1.
Step up and drive into the deep. These robots are off for the teleoperated period. We've got Mr. Muscle delivering a neutral sample and going fishing inside of the submersible to quickly pick up another neutral sample. Dropping it in to the high basket. Over on the Red Alliance side, we've got 16-4-64. That's this other team. They are lining up to pick up a sample from the field with their claw clip. I absolutely love this innovation. They've got a metal hair claw clip to deliver those samples. From the Fabricators, they pick up another neutral sample and go deliver it into the high basket, and they get it yet again. Fabricators with a specimen. They are clipping them rapidly onto that high chamber. Infinity Tech with yet another sample. Oh, and it misses the high basket, but you know what? It lands in the net. That is still points. 12-8-6-2, it's the Walden Dragons. They go to clip on another specimen, but miss. That's not going to let that stop them, delivering another Alliance-specific sample and turning it into a specimen. It is time to ascend with 23 seconds left. We've got 1 robot in the air for the Red Alliance. Their partner parking in the ascension zone. Mr. Muscle of Infinity Tech also hooking on for the Blue Alliance. We've got a robot fully supported above the low rung. That looks like a level 3 ascension to me. And that is time for qualification 41. Amazing performance.
I don't know where I was yesterday, but I certainly did not see the banana clip robot claw. And I'm so disappointed I didn't have time to appreciate it more. But now I do. Not just for hair anymore. All right, let's meet our teams. On field number 2, looks like we've got some last-minute robot preparation. Let's go ahead and introduce our Red Alliance. Team number 16-5-23.
They're swooping into this match as the Automated Eagles.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, 23-4-10.
Straight from the moon, it's TC Titans Apollo.
Introducing on the Red Alliance team, 52-92.
There's a Stormer Brew, and it's Red Storm Robotics White.
And making some final adjustments, team 15-182.
The lava flow is here. It's Magmatrons.
They're focused.
Scores are ready.
Yay, scores.
And the winner is Blue Alliance, 210-69. That was a 0-foul match. Blue Alliance walking away with 2 ranking points.
I was impressed with the Red Alliance's Tier 3 climb. That was
awesome. I love to see that.
Great job, guys. All right, just a quick power supply change out. Looks like they solved any issues we may have had, as Team 15-182 is getting reset on the field. We need to make sure that they realign connectivity. No. Let's field reset. Should we need an adjustment, we can call in the field reset team. Kelly's going to go ahead and make sure everything's aligned. All right, teams, are we ready? I got some thumbs up. Oh, one let. Just a little bit of a dance break before we get started. Great job. Good moves, Amber. Drivers behind your mark. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
So already at the start of this match, we got the Magmatron scoring up very quickly onto their respective high chamber. As it looks like both 5292 and 23410 scoring up into their respective high baskets. As one of your Red Storm Robotics teams accidentally missed up there, but TC Titans Apollo did just that once again. But never mind that, as the Magmatrons have a 4th clip specimen on the high chamber. Make that 5 during autonomous.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As due to some nice autonomous play coming out of Red Storm Robotics White. The Blue Alliance is out to a commanding lead against the Red Alliance right now, but there's still 1 minute and 50 seconds now left to keep playing into the deep this match. As we have Red Storm Robotics White trying to reach up. Going to position over their high basket. They drop it. That's the second one up there for the Blue Alliance. As back on the red side, the Automated Eagles are trying to clip their first specimen for the Red Alliance. Can they do it? They've got it. They've got that first one up there. So they head right back over to grab a second one and potentially score that up onto their high chamber. But so far during this match, you've got both Red Storm Robotics White and TC Titans Apollo trading blow for blows, keeping on scoring into their respective high baskets. As both of these teams have a Alliance-specific sample in hand, as they both dump it up there for their respective alliances. But while they're doing that, the Magmatrons, it's 15182, are still scoring up onto the Blue Alliance high chamber. As they have 7 up there now, if I can count correctly. They're going to move over. They have space. They make it 8 for their alliances with 45 seconds left. They are only growing their lead against the Red Alliance, but the Red Alliance is catching up pretty fast. As Automated Eagles make sure that the Red Alliance has 3 clip specimens now onto their high chamber as the TC Titans Apollo go into the submersible. They dump it at the same time that Red Storm Robotics White does up into their respective high baskets before our end game starts. As the Blue Alliance decides to score into the net zone for themselves as the Magmatrons once again clip a specimen up onto their high chamber. As with 10 seconds left now, we have Red Storm Robotics White up and hanging for level 2 ascent. As with 3, 2, 1 second left in this match, we also had TC Titans Apollo up and hanging for those level 2 ascent points.
Looks like 15182 had a little bit of issues towards the end of that match, losing connectivity, but they put one heck of amount of points up on that board. Can't wait to see the scores. But until that time, let's go ahead and introduce our teams on our very next match. Starting with 16883.
It's the prehistoric powerhouse Dinobite.
Joining them, Team 5618.
They're seizing control of this field. It's Control Freaks Red.
Oh my goodness. Could it be the Northern Duo? Houghton and Escanaba on the Blue Alliance together. Let's hear it for team 13-84.
Icy, cool, and ready to melt the competition. It's Snowbot Silver.
And joining them on the Blue Alliance, let's hear the roar. Team 15-357.
Their icy companion, cool as snow and sharp as ice, it's Morbots.
Looks like they're still tabulating the scores on the last match, but we'll have them shortly. I'm excited to see this pair up. I call them both home teams because they're both from the snowy Upper Peninsula. I'll be honest, I always found it very amazing living in the UP my whole life. When people talk about going up north who live in Michigan, somehow they think it means up here on the top of the
like
mitten.
over by Traverse City?
Yeah, that's not up north. That's not up north. That's barely over the 45th parallel. No, if you're going up north, you're crossing the Mighty Mac.
All right. Morbots, how long did it take for you guys to get here? A while? What? 6 hours? Snowbots, how long did it take for you guys to get here? I heard it was 11.
It was 11. It was 11 icy, snowy. Let's check out the scores from the last match.
And the winner, Blue Alliance, 231-188. There were 5 foul points in that match, and Blue walks away with 2 ranking points. The other teleop was pretty close, though. It wasn't too far different.
It really was. It was. We see some rank movement for 15-182 and 52-92. Very exciting as these teams are playing their last matches. Kelly, things have been moving wonderful today for your team of fantastic referees. We love you guys. Drivers behind your lines in 3, 2, 1, dive!
And these robots are quickly off with their pre-programmed code. We're starting off with 16883 Dinobite, delivering a neutral sample into the high basket, grabbing one, delivering another. Looks like they're lining up for another over on the Blue Alliance side. We've got 15-357. That's Morbots. They deliver 2 neutral samples into the high basket. They go to grab a third, but miss it. We've got another neutral sample for the Red Alliance by Dinobite, and 1 robot parked in the observation zone for both alliances. And that is the start of teleop. We've got Morbots depositing a neutral sample into the high basket, going to pick up a third. They grab it, and it goes, it falls out of their indexer. We've got the Snowbots lining up to the observation zone to get a specimen from the Blue Alliance. And they go to clip it on. They get it onto that high chamber. Over on the Red Alliance side, that high basket is quickly filling up by 16883. That's Dinobite. They go fishing for another sample inside of that submersible. Morbots, neutral sample in basket, and they dump it into the high basket. We've got 4 specimens for the Blue Alliance. Snowbots Silver lining up to pick up that specimen from the Blue observation zone. $16,883. It's Dinobite. They get yet another sample into the high basket. They go to grab another, and their counterpart on the Blue Alliance grabs another as well. 27 seconds left in this match. We have teams starting to ascend. 8 seconds left. And we've got some Ascension 1 hook on. It falls off for the Blue Alliance. And one robot on to that low bar for the red. That is time for qualification 43.
Man, I tell you, we're going to see robots dropping from these Ascensions. This is tough. What a great match and a good pair up for those 4 teams. Let's go ahead, Ethan, and let's introduce our teams for our next qualification match.
All right, I'm here.
Heading down to
ready.
the Red Alliance. Let's hear it for 23,373.
Currently ranked number 7 from Rochester Hills. They're the Viking Warriors.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, we've got 76,43.
From Fenton, they're the Tungsten Tigers.
And heading over to the Blue Alliance, let's hear it for team 22,918.
From Troy, Michigan, they're the Girl Bots.
And joining them on the Blue Alliance, another team from the Great White North, 13,598.
All the way from Escanaba, they're the Mobots.
Making some fine-tune adjustments to some of our game piece marks on the field. It's surgical precision down here by Amber, our FTA. Robots are getting cleared from field 1. I'm hoping we've got scores in just a moment.
All right, looks like we're ready to see those scores. So qualification match number 43. And we have the Blue Alliance winning that match with a score of 159 to a Red Alliance 143.
Very close.
That was
very close on that one.
That was
that ascent. Oh. And the autonomous points.
Yeah,
those are some well-matched teams.
And if I can count correctly, that is 16 points difference.
You are correct, sir.
Yeah, that was still really close.
It was. And those are the best ones. I love the nail biters. Where you're looking at those final scores and there is no clear winner until they add up the last points.
But that just shows how good these alliances play.
You know, and it's nice to see. I mean, really, it's clear the communication. They're directing each other what their robot does best, what their alliance partner's robot does best, trying to share that space, work together, time things out. This is fantastic. And we're right here, match 44, getting ready to get underway. Less than 20 matches left to play today. Again, before we stop for lunch today, we're going to do our alliance selections before lunch. All right, these teams are ready. Oh, the drivers behind your mark. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
So we're already starting off our next qualification match with 3 out of the 4 robots on the field scoring so far, as we got their Escanaba Mobot scoring up high into the Blue Alliance high basket. But during our autonomous, we had both the Viking Warriors and the Tungsten Tigers scoring specimens onto their high chamber, as now the Tungsten Tigers are successfully scoring back once again up into their high basket. As they flip back, can they move over, drop it just in time?
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now going into our driver control period, there's a score of 56-48 that separates both of our alliances here. And now it looks like we've got 22918. Those are the girl bots going to possibly score a specimen onto the Blue Alliance high chamber, as it looks like they accidentally drop it on the ground, and they can choose to pick it back up and try and rescore it if they wish. But now we're going back over to the Red Alliance side now, as the Viking Warriors have another specimen in hand. They're going over to their high chamber, but they accidentally miss, but they do ferry it back over to their observation zone, and they do choose to rescore it. So now they're getting back in position. They're trying to get hold of it, but at the same time, we got the Tungsten Tigers on the Red Alliance going back into the submersible to go and collect a neutral sample from there, as they look to try to move back over to their high basket, but the Viking Warriors clip. That's the 3rd specimen for the Red Alliance on their high chamber. As at the same time they do that, the Tungsten Tigers score once again up into the Red Alliance high basket. 42 seconds left, and we have the girl bot successfully clipping a specimen onto their high chamber. That's the first one for them that match, as the Mobots decide that they want to just keep throwing those samples away into their net zone just before our last 30 seconds. That's our end game right now, as it looks like we've got both the Viking Warriors and the Tungsten Tigers on the Red Alliance side still scoring some last-second points over to their side, as they accidentally hit the basket. They decide to try and hang for any possible points, but just before T-0, looks like we have 3 out of the 4 robots up and hanging for some level 2 ascent points.
All right, we are heading down, Morgan, to check out our teams for our very next qualification match, match number 45. Let's meet our teams before those scores are tallied. Starting with the Red Alliance, let's hear it for 21-672.
They're soaring through the cosmos and diving deep. It's more fabricators.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, let's hear it for team 2332.
They're thinking outside the box and strategizing inside the field. It's just add logic.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance, let's introduce team 23,392.
They're rating the competition with innovation. It's Viking Innovators.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance team, 21,859.
A flash of light holding strong. It's sparks and duct tape.
They're still tabulating the scores from match qualification 44. We've got teams nail biters. And some of the teams now are just down to their last 2 qualification matches. We've reached that point. They may only be playing a couple more matches before the end of qualifications. Certainly wanting good placement for... Oh, we're coming back. So, ladies and gentlemen, what you're going to see is a yellow card awarded to team 23,373. And the reason for this yellow card is anytime that a robot reaches outside of the field and makes contact with any person, which actually made contact with one of our refs, they're going to be awarded a warning. The yellow card is a warning on this type of foul. Should that happen again, it's at the discretion of the referee to award a red card, which would take them out of the competition. But at this time, just simply a warning. Robots cannot make contact with any human being outside of the area of play. Thank you so much for the clarification, Kelly. We appreciate it. Are they cleared to stop and clear? Just one moment. You may go ahead and clear your robots from the field. And I think we've got scores coming in.
And the Alliance winner is the Red Alliance, 134 to 104. Red goes away with 2 ranking points, but that is a 0 foul game.
And, you know, occasionally we will see those yellow cards come into play. I have been very fortunate, and I've never experienced a red card being awarded to any team at any point in time during any
I won't
play.
lie, my freshman year of high school, my team was almost awarded a red card for excessive defense. Our robot broke down. It's the only thing we could do.
Got it. Yes, you do have to be careful pushing those boundaries. But here we're back on field 1 with some robot teams ready to go. Drivers behind your mark in 3, 2, 1, dive!
And these robots are off. Sully of 21,859 Sparks and Duct Tape delivers a specimen onto the high chamber and then brings over a sample to the observation zone. They grab a specimen and go to clip it on to the high chamber. Their alliance partner, Viking Innovators, deposits 2 neutral samples. They go to pick up a third. They're currently holding 2 neutral samples inside of their robot. They deposit 1, but they're going to need to fix that for the teleoperated period if they want to keep grabbing those samples. Over on the Blue Alliance, we're starting off with 1 specimen on the high chamber and 2 neutral samples in the high basket. 21,859, it's Sparks and Duct Tape. They are grabbing a neutral sample off the ground and delivering it into the high basket. 23392, it's Viking Innovators. They grab a specimen from the observation zone and deliver it onto the high chamber. 20332, it's Just Add Logic. They are grabbing a sample from inside the submersible. 21672, More Fabricators grabs and delivers a specimen, and they go to grab another from the observation zone. They pick it up. They are headed over. And they knock one off, but they clip on another. 23392, Viking Innovators delivers a specimen onto the high chamber. Their alliance partner, Sparks and Duct Tape, fishing inside the submersible to grab another sample. They've got a neutral sample in hand, and they're headed towards the baskets. And they deliver it. We've got quick clip attachments to turn those samples into specimens by the Viking Innovators. They line up and deliver a specimen onto the high chamber. That is the 30-second mark for teams. They can now ascend on the rungs of the submersible. We've got last-minute sample scoring from the Blue Alliance, and the Red Alliance is doing the same. The robot Sully with a specimen in claw. They don't get it quite on to that high chamber. Robots are ascending with 5 seconds left in the match. We've got some high claws up there. 1 and time.
As they're deliberating, let's introduce our teams. Qualification match number 46. Team 10-477.
From Novi, Michigan, they're the Rapid Robots.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, Team 14-788.
From Bloomfield Hills, they're the Tech Titans.
And heading over to the Blue Alliance, let's introduce Team 22-154.
Out of Wayland, Michigan, that's Wayland Wildcat Catatonomous.
And rounding out that Blue Alliance, still just absolutely covered in deep sea crustaceans. Team number 5386.
Currently ranked number 3 from Freeland, it's the Fabricators.
Oh, scores are in.
Oh, we do have scores. Let's see who won our last qualification match. And we have the Blue Alliance winning that match with a score of 186 to a Red Alliance 145.
All right, these drivers are ready. Hold on, almost. Our refs are almost in place. We had a little last-minute tablet shift. Drivers, behind your marks. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
So it looks like we've got the Freeland Fabricators scoring up onto their high chamber right away as the Rapid Robots accidentally missing their autonomous. But it looks like those Freeland Fabricators, once again, they do have another specimen in hand. Can they make it 2 during autonomous for their Blue Alliance? As the Rapid Robots is trying to come back and score as they accidentally miss once again. But the Freeland Fabricators try and answer in kind with a third one. And there's 1 second left.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
With their score of 48-11, separating both alliances going into our teleop period. But it looks like the Wayland Wildcat Catatonomous is positioning above their Blue Alliance high basket as they're attempting to score. As they do just that, they dump it away. We're going back over to the Freeland Fabricators in blue, currently ranked number 3. They clip a 4th specimen for their alliance onto the high chamber. Well, it looks like once again the Wayland Wildcat Catatonomous drops a 2nd sample into their Blue Alliance high basket. But it looks like the Rapid Robots over here on the Red Alliance side, that's 10477. They do have an Alliance-specific sample in hand as they decide that they want to ferry some of those samples over to their human player as they have a line of specimens ready to be scored whenever the Red Alliance wishes. Well, while they're doing that, their Red Alliance partners, the Tech Titans, they are going back and forth from the submersible over to their net zone and their baskets to try to score those as they have another neutral sample in hand. Can they reach to the high basket? They've got it once again for the Red Alliance. But now it looks like the Rapid Robots is hitting their stride as they have another specimen in hand that they are still trying to clip up there with 36 seconds left. They're nearing our end game. As speaking of our end game, that is what that whistle means as the Rapid Robots were successful at clipping the 4th specimen onto their high chamber as they're looking to make it 5. But at the same time, the Freeland Fabricators already had 6 so far over this match as it looks like the Wayland Wildcat Catatonomous is attempting a level 2 ascent alongside the Rapid Robots, the Tech Titans, and the Freeland Fabricators with 1 second left. As it looks like now only 3 out of these 4 robots are up and hanging for those level 2 ascent points.
Oh, I think we've got scores all ready for that last match.
Already scores, amazing. The winner is Blue Alliance. Holy cow! 145 to 144, a 1-point difference. And we had fouls on both sides. Woo!
My goodness, you don't get closer than 1 point. Oh, wait a minute. We did have a tie yesterday. Never mind. Let's check out our, there is our robot placard. Check out our teams on our Red Alliance. 64-82.
You better take shelter. A tornado is coming your way. It's Red Storm Robotics Red.
Joining them is 52-92.
Pairing with the tornado, we've got the lightning. It's Red Storm Robotics White.
Our Blue Alliance team, 22-192.
Ready to fight. The robotic rain has begun. It's the Servo Soldiers.
And rounding out that Blue Alliance, 23-445.
They're lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. It's the Furious Frogs.
These drivers are ready. Drivers behind your marks in 3, 2, 1, dive!
Over on the Red Alliance side, we've got the Candy Cane Alliance starting off with delivering a neutral sample into the high basket. Over on the Blue Alliance side, we've got not one, but 2 neutral samples by the Servo Soldiers. They go to grab a third, but their robot misses it. Blue Alliance is going to start the teleoperated period with 1 specimen on the high chamber.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And it is time for these robots to dive into the deep on the DTE Foundation field. We've got 23-445. That's Furious Frog starting off by grabbing a neutral sample from the floor of the field and delivering it into the high basket. Their alliance partner, 22-192, the Servo Soldiers, delivering an alliance-specific sample. Their alliance human player turning it into a specimen. They deliver another sample and then go to pick up the specimen. Over on the Red Alliance side, we've got the Candy Cane Alliance. They are delivering a specimen onto the high chamber, and we've got Red Storm fishing inside of the submersible to grab a neutral sample that they are delivering into the high basket. And they drop it in there. If you're rooting for the Red Alliance, this is a great time to root for Red Storm Robotics. We've got another specimen clipped on for the Blue Alliance to make it 4. They are grabbing a 5th from the observation zone. The Furious Frogs, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 neutral samples in the high basket. They're going for 8. Red Storm delivering a sample into the high basket. And 30 seconds left in the match. We've got one more specimen being delivered by Red Storm Robotics Red. They are lining up to clip it on, and it is on and hooked. We've got Ascension. 8 seconds left in the match. One robot is in the air. The other is touching the low rung. And we've got one from the Blue Alliance, Furious Frogs, in the air as well. That is match for qualification 47 on the Marie Curie Division field.
And things are racing along. Let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification number 48. Starting with our Red Alliance, 13-702.
Currently ranked number 6 out of St. Joseph, Michigan. They're the Jobots White.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, 13-684.
Out of Canton, Michigan, it's Infinity Tech.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance, let's hear it for team 23-410.
From Traverse City, Michigan, it's the TC Titans Apollo.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance team, 56-18.
From Vicksburg, they're the Control Freaks Red.
Things are heating up. We are in match number 48. We do not have many matches to go. Teams want to hold on to positions. Teams want to jump up in the ranking for those coveted 6 Alliance team captains.
They have only 6 spots, and they're still. Actually, we have scores right now, believe it or not.
Let's hear them. Let's see them.
And we've got the Blue Alliance winning that match with a score of 172 to the Red Alliance's 135.
Oh, these teams, they're ready. I do see a little foreign object on the field. We get that little piece of foreign object off the field. Thank you so much. And another piece right there. Amber, get another little piece right there. Little robot parts. Little pieces left over.
Yeah,
oh yes, we have our box.
Our robot barf bucket.
Our robot barf bucket is alive and well. All righty, these teams are looking ready. Their robots are looking ready. Drivers behind your marks. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
So already it looks like we've got both Infinity Tech and JoeBots White attempting to score up onto the high chamber, as Control Freaks Red just decided they're going to go park in their observation zone to score some points in Autonomous. But now we've got both Infinity Tech and TC Titans Apollo trading sample for sample up into their respective high baskets. But so far it's the TC Titans Apollo that have 3 scored up there so far.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now that we are in our tele-op period, the Blue Alliance is out to a slight lead over the Red Alliance, where there is still a lot of time for looking like both Control Freaks Red and TC Titans Apollo to chop a quick 1-2 of samples up into their Blue Alliance high basket. But now it looks like 13702 JoeBots White are ferrying some samples over to their human players so they can get turned into specimens that they can attempt to score later in this match, as we've got Infinity Tech in red. That's 13684. Going from the submersible with a neutral sample in hand to immediately dropping into the Red Alliance high basket. We've got the TC Titans Apollo looking to do the same, as they do have a neutral sample in hand. They move over, they reach up, they're filling up their basket as they've got that score up there for the Blue Alliance. Well, once again, we've got Control Freaks Red. They have an Alliance-specific sample. They've got it up there for their Alliance. TC Titans Apollo does the exact same. That's a quick 1-2. We have the JoeBots White back over on red, clipping a 3rd specimen of theirs onto the high chamber as their Alliance partners, Infinity Tech, reaching back up to the Red Alliance high basket. They've got it up there. JoeBots White looking to attempt a 4th clip specimen onto the high chamber. Can they get it? They've got it. 38 seconds left, and the Blue Alliance is holding on to their lead just from some nice basket scoring, but the Red Alliance isn't far behind. But now going into our end game period, we have JoeBots White clipping a 5th specimen onto the Red Alliance high chamber. So it looks like the Control Freaks Red is attempting an ascent, as they are up and at it for the level 2. And now we have all of our other robots with 8 seconds left now, attempting ascents of their own. Is now with 3, 2, 1 second left in this match. And we may have it, due to some referee discretion, we might have all 4 robots up and hanging.
This is going to be so close. Again, another equally matched alliances. These points are going to be so close. Welcome, judges. How's it going at this weekend's competition? Nick, tell me something outstanding you've seen this weekend.
All these kids are putting in an amazing effort, and all these robots here today are absolutely incredible. Thank you to all the parents and sponsors and coaches that make this possible for these kids. It is truly amazing.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you to all of our judges keeping these kids going. Let's go ahead and meet our next teams in our next qualifying match. Are we already to 49?
That's
That
what
can't-
my sheet says.
That can't be right. Team number 11, 228.
These feathered fighters are ready to go. It's the overclocked bots.
Oh, let's hear the roar for 16,646.
A new robotic creature is here to compete. It's Zoobotics.
And down on the Blue Alliance. Let's hear it for team 27,609.
No strap can hold these comets down. It's Ratchet Robotics.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, team number 7643.
With dapper hats, they are shrimply amazing. It's the Tungsten Tigers.
Morgan, our scores are in for that last match, and I'm excited to see them.
Winner of qualification 48 on the General Motors field is Blue Alliance. 175 to 172.
30 points each on that ascent. Those teams did it. And these guys are ready. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, dive!
And the robots are off. Tungsten Tigers starting off strong with their buttered triangle, clipping on a specimen onto the high chamber, followed by their alliance partner clipping one as well. We've got Zoobotics dumping those neutral samples, picking one up from the ground, putting it in their indexer, and dumping yet another into the high basket. Their partner over Cluckbots clips on their fourth specimen onto the high chamber for the Red Alliance, starting off strong as we move into Teleop. Blue Alliance with 2 specimens. The drivers are off for qualification 49 here at the Michigan State Championship. Zoobotics dumping a neutral sample, going to pick up another inside the submersible, putting it in their indexer and dumping yet again. We've got the Tungsten Tigers heading towards the neutral sample on the field, going to pick that up. Overclocked Bots picks up an alliance sample and delivers it to the observation zone. Their human player collecting lots of specimens ready to go for their robot to deliver to the high chamber. Zoobotics going with yet another neutral sample into the high basket. They are getting those cycles fast with precision. We've got Ratchet Robotics clipping on another specimen onto the high chamber for Blue Alliance, and then going to pick one up that fell from the field. They're pushing it towards the observation zone so that they can realign it. Tungsten Tigers trying to get that neutral sample out of their indexer to get it into their claw so that they can deliver it into the high basket. Overclockbots picking up a specimen to deliver to the high chamber for the Red Alliance. It pops off, though. That's not a problem for them. They're picking up another. Zoobotics going fishing again. They deliver it, and they're going to the high basket. That Red Alliance basket is filling up quickly. 25 seconds left in the match. Overclockbots delivers yet another specimen onto that high chamber. And Zoobotics getting a neutral sample into the high basket. We've got a robot in the air. We've got 2 for the Blue Alliance.
4, 3, 2.
And that is time.
Wow, what an exciting match that was. Oh my gosh. Going for those specimens right to the last moment.
Absolutely, and all those little bits are going to make quite a difference. I think we're going to see a very high score for this one.
Oh, we got to get 300. We only have a few matches left to go. Speaking of a few matches, let's introduce our next team. Are we already going on to qualifier 50?
We're already here.
Crazy. Let's hear 13 to 84.
All the way from Houghton, it's the Snowbot Silver.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, 23,623.
Still currently ranked #1 from Lake Orion, Michigan. They're the Hydra Dragons.
Oh, looking for a win down on the Blue Alliance. Let's hear it for 12-862.
Currently ranked number 9, also from Lake Orion. They're the Walton Dragons.
And joining them on the Blue Alliance, 21-859.
From Albion, Michigan, it's Sparks and Duct Tape. And we do have scores for qualification match number 49.
I cannot wait to see these scores.
As we see the sample getting analyzed, and it is a Red Alliance victory with a score of 285 to the Blue Alliance's 159.
Tremendous gameplay there. Dialing it in. We got to hit a 300 game before finals. These teams are so ready to go. Oh, drivers. Drivers, are you ready? Are you ready, drivers? With a thumbs up? Thumbs up. Drivers, behind your mark. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
So it looks like already we've got both the Walton Dragons and the Hydra Dragons scoring respective clips of specimens onto their high chambers. Well, it looks like the Walton Dragons are going up as they score into their high basket. Snowbot Silver looking to do the same thing over for Red, but it's the Hydra Dragons that have a second clip specimen onto the Red Alliance high chamber. They have a third one in hand. They make it 3 with 2 seconds left. Do they have time to make it 4?
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we're in our tele-op period, we have Sparks and Duct Tape on the Blue Alliance side looking to just score that sample into the net zone for their alliance as they're right back at it over there to go possibly scoring into the high basket as they accidentally try to gift me one instead of putting it into the high basket for any points that they can score. But at the same time, the Walton Dragons successfully put a specimen up onto the Blue Alliance high chamber. Let's hope it stays there. Well, while I'm just speaking, the Hydra Dragons clip a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th specimen onto the Red Alliance high chamber as they're back at it in the submersible, trying to collect what looks to be an Alliance-specific sample so they can keep on scoring more specimens as Snowbot Silver are going into the submersible to try to score into the high basket for Red as they do just that. Well, now that we're back over on blue, the Walton Dragons quick dump another sample into their high basket. That's 3 up there with 48 seconds left. Red Alliance is still holding on to their lead, though, as it looks like 3 out of the 4 robots so far are heading into the submersible to keep on grabbing those samples. As Sparks and Duct Tape decides that they want to score up high once again. The Walton Dragons score up high once again. But now with 30 seconds left, the Blue Alliance is starting to catch up against the Red Alliance, which means that they have to work to keep on maintaining their lead as the Hydra Dragons are getting ready to clip what looks to be a 6th specimen up on their high chambers now that we're seeing these hangs happen with 10 seconds left. We already have 1 robot up so far on the field. And with 3, 2, 1 second left in this match, the Sparks and Duct Tape very quickly ascends to get 15 points during the end game.
Sparks and Duct Tape and zip ties and gaff tape and 3D printed filaments. They've got it all.
And that was a fun match just because we had 1 Lake Orion team on red versus 1 Lake Orion team on blue, yeah.
Just wait until the match 52 on your field. We'll have a whole discussion about who's playing then. But until that time, and until scores are in, let's meet our teams on field number 1 for qualification match 51. And we're starting with team 22-918.
Diving into the deep with marine biologist Simona, it's Girlbots.
Rounding out the Red Alliance, let's hear it for 16-464.
They're ready to fight with that 1 anglerfish. It's this other team.
Heading down to the Blue Alliance, let's hear it for 15-104.
Soaring high and grounded by innovation, it's the Static Eagles.
An amazing choreography on the team as well.
I love it.
I will take my hat off to that. Joining them on the Blue Alliance, 21,672.
With Sully at the ready, it's more Fabricators.
Safety glasses on at all times in the pits. I love our refs taking care of our teams. And I think we've got so we're just going to be getting into scores here. We do want an explanation, though, is that there was contact on the climb in endgame. So that's an automatic third-tier climb. That may impact the winners.
Red Alliance 175 to Blues 162. There were 15 foul points. Hydra Dragon stays in first and takes home 2 ranking points.
And they did overcome. Dueling out those penalty points. So, and we're ready. These teams are ready down on field 1. Drivers behind your mark in 3, 2, 1, dive!
And these robots are off. Static Eagles starting off by quickly putting on a specimen onto the high chamber, grabbing a second, and it spins off for that. Their alliance partner, More Fabricators, delivering a sample into the high basket. 2 of them fell, but no worries. They are still in the net zone. Static Eagles gets another specimen, and they bring it towards the high chamber and clip it on for the Blue Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Step up and drive into the deep. Static Eagles starting off by fishing inside of the submersible, getting a neutral sample and delivering it towards the high basket, dropping it in with ease. Over on the other side, we've got 16 464. This other team dropping in a neutral sample and going to pick up another off the ground. Their alliance partner, Girlbots, clipping on a specimen, headed back to the observation zone to go and grab another specimen. Static Eagles delivering yet another sample into the high basket. Fabricators grabbing an alliance-specific sample, delivering it to the observation zone, and then picking up a specimen to deliver to the submersible. This other team going to pick up a neutral sample with their claw clip and delivering it into the high basket. Their alliance partner, Girlbots, clipping on a specimen. They're trying to line it up, and it's clipped on there. More Fabricators lining up to the high chamber to clip on a specimen for the Blue Alliance. Their alliance partner, Static Eagles, delivering a neutral sample yet again to the high chamber, picking up another sample and delivering that. 30 seconds left in this match for teams. We've got 1 robot in the air for endgame. Fabricators realigning their specimen, picking it up and delivering it towards the high chamber. Static Eagles looking to align to climb. 10 seconds left in this match. One of the specimens falls off. We've got a robot above the low rung, and all are in contact with at least the low rung. That is time for qualification 51 here on the Marie Curie division.
Oh, you would not believe the conversation we're having down here right now. As far as nerd competition, we're at a robotics competition, and Ethan and I are discussing Dungeons and Dragons. So that is absolutely perfect. But nothing is more perfect than announcing match 52. Match 52. Those robots look awfully similar to one another. I think there's some type of copying going on here.
I think they come from the same place in Michigan, too.
Where's that?
I think
It's Escanaba. You shouldn't have to look at the paper. Come on. All right, let's introduce our Escanaba teams, starting with 15,357.
The first team from the north, they're the Morbots.
Joining them on the field of play, introducing 13,598.
Also from Escanaba rounding out this alliance, they're the Mobots.
All right, now, Escanaba teams, look up at the stands for your picture. There you go. Excellent. While we do that, we're jumping over to the Blue Alliance. Let's introduce Team 8513.
One of your teams out of St. Joseph, they're the Jobots Maze.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, let's hear it for 16,523.
All the way from Ann Arbor, they're the Automated Eagles.
And we've almost got there. Scores are in.
We do have scores. So for qualification match number 51, we have the Blue Alliance winning that match with a score of 246 to 112 on red as 15104 to Static Eagles move up into 9th place, and 21672, that's the Moore Fabricators, move up into 4th place.
Oh, these teams are ready. As soon as our refs take their positions, we'll get ready to start. Drivers, behind your marks. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
As already at the start of this match, we've got Jobots Maze successfully clipping a specimen onto the high chamber, but at the same time, the Mobots just needed to drive a bit farther to try and score that, but they decide that they're going to just park in their observation zone for some of those end game points as the Mobots are going to score up into the Red Alliance high basket at the same time that the Automated Eagles are doing it for blue.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are in the end of our autonomous, going into our driver control, it looks like we've got 16523, the Automated Eagles, going to clear out their side of the field into their high basket of neutral samples as they head right back to the submersible to try to grab more. Well, it looks like our dual Escanaba Alliance over here in red is trying to do the same thing as we have one of those robots scoring up into the high basket with a neutral sample. But the Jobots may zoom all the way over as they score up into their high basket as the Automated Eagles are right behind them. But it looks like the Mobots over here in red are trying to set up some specimens for their alliance as they can try and score those if they can get them over from their observation zone. But while the Mobots are doing that, the Moorbots are going back and forth from the submersible to the high basket as so far they have not missed a beat with 50 seconds left. The score is still close enough with the Red Alliance not trailing too far behind as the Jobots Maze are going. They clip a fit specimen for the Blue Alliance on their high chamber. They have another one ready from their human player as they do have it in hand. They move over. Can they make it 6? Yes, they can. They've got that just in time for our end game to start as we have another attempt of a score coming out of 15357 over here on red. But now we are starting to see these alliances attempt to get ascent points as there's 12 seconds left. And we are going to see the Automated Eagles go up for a level 2 ascent. Jobots Maze trying to do the same thing, but now there's 3, 2, 1 second left in this match. And it looks like 3 out of the 4 robots are up and hanging for the end game.
All right, let's head down to field number 1 and meet our teams for our 53 qualifier. Starting off with 15,182.
They're here to heat things up. It's the Magmatrons.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, 85,33.
They're digging deep, ready to unearth victory. It's the CSA Miners.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance, Let's introduce 23-373.
Harnessing the power of Odin, it's the Viking Warriors.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance team, 23-32.
They're thinking through this successful strategy. It's just add logic.
Let's check on those scores.
And the winner of the last match, Blue Alliance. 224 to 132 for red. Blue walks away with 2 ranking points, an impressive other teleop score of 158 for that Blue Alliance.
158 teleop points. That is fantastic. Morgan, after this match, we only have 10 qualification matches left.
I cannot believe it.
Now is the time. We've got to pull out some wins. Teams have to see those ranking points come together. Try to adjust their ranking on this division, hoping to make it into those top 6 Alliance captain spots. Once our qualifiers are done, we'll walk everyone through that process.
I'm sure there are lots of strategy talks going on right now, deciding who they should add onto their alliance if they are an alliance captain.
There have been robots proving themselves all day today, all day yesterday. There's going to be some top picks out there, a robot that complements your style and functionality. You know, it's never a good sign when the head referee's in the question box. I don't even know who to get for that. I mean, who do we call?
While we're waiting, I want to highlight one group of people who has been making sure all these matches can go fast. It is our field reset crew. Give them a massive round of applause. Thank you so much for your fast reset so we can keep playing robots.
Those guys and gals are absolutely amazing. I mean, just dressed beautifully today in their sky blue shirts.
Also, give a big round of applause to Jamie. He's been your MC all day today, all day yesterday.
Where's he?
He's right here.
I didn't tell you, did I? Yeah, that's not my real name.
Oh.
In fact, I saw this guy outside in the parking lot, and I
You just took his name tag?
Absolutely. It sounded fun. And he had this cool shirt. All right, teams, are we ready? We've got them thumbs up across the board. Drivers behind your mark in 3, 2, 1, dive!
And these robots are off. At 5182 Magmatrons start off by putting a specimen into the high chamber for the Red Alliance and delivering those Alliance-specific samples to the observation zone. Quickly and with ease, they grab another specimen. We've got 2332 Just Add Logic delivering not 1, not 2, but 3 neutral samples, picking up a 4th for that high basket. Their alliance partner, Viking Warriors, clips on a specimen, drops the other, but they're not going to let that stop them.
3, 2,
Red Alliance with, oh my gosh, 5 specimens on the high chamber starting off for the teleoperated period. We've got another neutral sample being delivered by Just Add Logic into that high basket. And Viking Warriors clipping on a specimen for the Blue Alliance. Magmatrons deliver a neutral sample. They pick up one from the ground, and then they line up for that high basket and dump it in. Just Add Logic neutral sample in Claw. They're lining up for the high basket and deliver another. These high baskets are filling up for both of these teams. We've got a specimen picked up and clipped by 8533, the Miners. They go fishing for another one inside the submersible. They deliver that sample and go to pick up a specimen. Not working as they intended, but they've got that tenacity. Magmatron's delivering another sample, heading towards the submersible to go fishing inside of it. 23,373, that's Viking Warriors. They're going fishing inside of the submersible to pick up an Alliance sample. They deliver into the observation zone and line up to pick a specimen. We've got 27 seconds left in the match. Let's see if these robots start ascending. Red is running out of space on their high chamber to fit those specimens. They've got a quick cycle time and they are getting it. I don't even know how many there are up there now. It is ascension time. 7 seconds left in the match. We've got robots into the air, hanging on to that low rung. That is time.
While we're waiting for the scores to come in on match 53, let's introduce the teams in match 54. Our final 10 qualification matches. Don't worry. Don't feel too much pressure. Are you guys nervous? Yeah, look, he says yes, he says no. No, not at all. You got this? Vikings? All right. Starting out with the Red Alliance, let's introduce team 14791.
Currently ranked number 30, actually, out of Bloomfield Hills. They're the Galactic Gears.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, 23,392.
Currently ranked number 8 out of Rochester Hills. They're the Viking Innovators.
Heading down to the Blue Alliance, let's hear it for 16,883.
Out of Troy, Michigan, it's Dino Bite.
And rounding out this Electric Alliance, here for 26,859.
From Ann Arbor, it's the Spark Squad.
As looks like they're clearing the robots.
We also have scores right now, Jamie.
Let's check them out.
And it looks like we've got the Red Alliance winning this match with a score of 281 to a Blue Alliance 190.
They're getting so close, so close. We need to hit a 300 match. That Woody Flowers field, they have us by a few points. Our refs are coming into place. I'll fill in here. Give me a shirt. Oh, I'm sorry. We got it. You want the mic? Okay, we're going to switch roles just a minute. How quickly can you take that shirt off? Okay. Drivers, are you ready? Drivers, behind your mark. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
As already it looks like we've got 16883 Dino Bite scoring up into their high basket. But on the red side, it looks like we got both Galactic Gears and the Viking Warriors successfully scoring specimens onto the high chamber. By the Viking Innovators, are scoring up into their high basket once again for red. That's the second one up there. Dino Bite was trying to score a fourth sample up there with 1 second left.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are in our driver control period, looks like the Spark Squad just needs to fix some issues, but they are right back into this match as they're going back into the submersible, possibly to go collect a sample as they're trying to position for an Alliance-specific one to ferry over to their human player in the observation zone. But at the same time, 23392 successfully clips a fourth specimen onto the Red Alliance high chamber as Dino Bite scores once again with a neutral sample up into the Blue Alliance high basket. We have the Galactic Gears still on the red side, looking to go over to the observation zone to collect a neutral sample from their robot as they decide to jump it off and possibly score it into the net zone, but they decide that they're going to try to rescore it up into one of their baskets. We have the Spark Squad going back to their observation zone once again to try and collect a specimen as they move back over to their high chamber. Can they clip it? They still have time. They accidentally don't, but if they want, they can choose to rescore those specimens. There's 4 of them now in the submersible, just in time for our endgame period to start. As we got the Galactic Gears successfully putting a sample up into the Red Alliance high basket. As both of our Red Alliance robots decided they're going to try to get some extra points into those baskets, but the Viking innovators decide that they want to hang, or attempt to anyway. But the Galactic Gears are attempting to do the same with no seconds left into this match, and the Spark Squad doesn't have enough time to get any level 2 ascent points.
While we're waiting for the scores to come in, let's go ahead and introduce our teams on qualification match 55. My angler buddies are down there on the Blue Alliance. We're going to start on the Red Alliance. Let's hear it for team 23-623.
With 2 heads, it's the Hydra Dragons.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, 16-646.
These nautical creatures are fierce. It's Zubatics.
We've got some familiar faces down on the Blue Alliance. Let's hear it for team 13-702.
Don't be jelly of their performance. It's Jobots White.
And rounding out that Blue Alliance, let's hear the roar for 52-92.
You'll lose visibility in this whiteout. It's Red Storm Robotics White.
It looks like all of our referees are in there deliberating on the final points for this last match. I cannot wait to see what happens.
I appreciate how much effort they put in to make sure this is scored correctly and fairly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They work as a team, and Kelly does a fantastic job leading them. And it's getting close to that time. As we get into another few matches, our scouting teams are going to have to break off and start tabulating some data. Start figuring out who they're going to be keeping their eye on for advancement. You. I love you guys. You're the best. Bye, Kaylee. Get back over to Woody Flowers.
While we're waiting for our scores, we've got another group of volunteers who's making sure that we are flipping these matches as fast as we can. It is our queuing team. Queuing team, give a wave and give them a big round of applause. They're making sure these teams are here and ready to hop on the field.
You know, I've been to a number of competitions in my life, and I don't think I've ever seen a queuing team as good as the one here at States. We have never had to wait for our next match. Because
not at all.
Not at all.
They're so ready to send these teams onto the field when it's their time.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Keeping everyone moving, getting robots back in their place and on time is critical for this event.
And helping with crowd control.
Yes.
There's lots of people here, and we've got lots of moving parts.
I mean, essentially, they have been beating off all of my fans all day, and we love them for that, just keeping them
Yeah, because you've got that whole group over there just wanting your autograph.
That whole one person that came and wanted to see me. And Kelly's doing what he does best, answering questions for our teams. And we're waiting on the final approval for those scores. I cannot wait to see it. And we're ready. We've got scores. Let's see them.
And the winner of qualification 54 on the General Motors field is the Red Alliance, 161-116. There were 15 foul points in that match, and Red walks away with 2 ranking points.
23-392 holds their position at 7. We've got a little bit of ranking movement on the blue side as well as the Red Alliance. And that's what everyone is focusing on right now, is their ranking position. So I've just been given permission to sing whatever song I would like to sing for all of you today.
What will you be singing for us?
I will be singing the not song, where I don't actually sing. Actually, I do have a favorite song.
Okay.
And I would like to teach it to everyone here. It's my favorite song, and I'm going to quiz the anglerfish later on this song, so you better pay attention to the lyrics. The song goes like this. I've got 2 legs from my hips to the ground. When I move them, they walk around. When I lift them, they climb the stairs. And when I shave them, they ain't got hair. I'm going to quiz them later on that song.
Okay, sounds good. Let me know how they do.
Yes, that is from my beloved Monty Python.
I love it.
So we're waiting just about a minute and a half on tweaking some of the scores off of this last match, not changing the outcome, but making some corrections, making sure everyone appears at the proper ranking position that they should be. And these teams are ready to go.
Do we want to do scores? You were just tweeting, so we don't have to re-show them? Okay.
Drivers behind your mark in 3, 2, 1. Dive!
And these robots are off. Jobots White starting off by clipping on a specimen onto that high chamber. Their alliance partner, Red Storm, depositing a neutral sample into the high basket. They're grabbing one off the ground and heading towards the high basket again. We've got Zubotics quickly picking up all of those neutral samples off the field and delivering them into the high basket for the Red Alliance. Jobots White with their 3rd specimen, clipping it onto the high chamber.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Step up and drive. It is into the deep in the Marie Curie division at the Michigan State Championship. Red Storm Robotics with a neutral sample in their claw, depositing it into the high chamber. Zubotics doing the same. They're headed to the submersible to go fish for that neutral sample that they will bring over to the baskets. Jobots White fishing for a new alliance sample to deliver to the observation zone that they can turn into a specimen. Zubotics delivering another neutral sample. Their alliance partner, Hydra Dragons, clipping on a specimen, grabbing another. They head over and they clip it on. Zubotics with another neutral sample in the high basket. Jobots White going fishing again for that alliance-specific sample. Their alliance partner, Red Storm, delivering a neutral sample into the high basket and grabbing another from inside that submersible. Hydra Dragons clip on that 1, 2, 3, 4, that 5th specimen, and they go for a 6. Jobots goes for their 4th. It's not clipped on, but it is still on there. Zubotics delivering another neutral sample into the high basket. Jobots White clipping on a specimen for the Blue Alliance. Red Storm Robotics depositing a neutral sample. Zubotics depositing a neutral sample. It falls for Red Storm, but it lands in the net zone. We've got another specimen for the Red Alliance. Hydra Dragons pick up that specimen, and they go to clip it on. Jobots White has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blue specimens on that high chamber, and we are climbing. 8 seconds left in this match. Jobots White extends into the sky and starts hanging in the air. We're ascending, and that is time for qualification 55.
These teams mean business. Let's check out who our next qualifiers are on field number 2.
Can you already believe it that we're already at match 56?
I know. Today goes fast. You know, yesterday some hiccups here, questions, navigating this competition. Today it is all business. Speaking of all business, Let's check out these all business teams. Let's hear it for 15104.
Currently ranked number 8 out of Heartland, they're the Static Eagles.
Joining them on the Red Alliance team, 27609.
From Coloma, Michigan, they're the Ratchet Robots.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance, let's hear it for team 21859.
Out of Albion, it's Sparks and Duct Tape.
And rounding out that Blue Alliance team, 5618.
Out of Vicksburg, Michigan, they're the Control Freaks Red.
I'd like to give a friendly reminder, we do want to keep people from sitting in the stairwell and standing in the stairwell. We want to make sure that all of our emergency exits are clear, so please do not sit and or stand in the stairwell. If you have an open seat somewhere in your row, please raise your hand so people can have some seats. We've got some open over here. Miss, I can't have you sitting in the stairwell. There's some open seats right over here on your right. If you have an open seat, raise your hand. We want to make sure everybody can see their teams. We've got a whole bunch of open seats over here if someone's looking for a place to sit down. We'll have scores here in just a little bit of time. And if you are in these areas over here, please go ahead and sit down. If you're in those small triangle areas, go ahead and sit down so people behind you can see. Thank you very much. We got scores. Let's check them out.
All right, we're ready to see who won match 55. And I think it's the Red Alliance as they win with exactly 40 points over their Blue Alliance, with Red having 247 to the Blue Alliance having 207. And even though the Red Alliance robots won, they actually didn't move in the standings as Zubotics locks themselves 6th place. And the Hydro Dragons is still in 1st place.
Still holding on to that number 1 spot. Drivers, behind your marks in 3, 2, 1, dive!
So already we've got the Static Eagles successfully clipping a specimen onto their high chamber. They make it 2 for themselves. As back over here, we've got Sparks and Duct Tape trying to score more samples up into their high basket. But at the same time, the Static Eagles clips a 3rd specimen for themselves onto the high chamber. There's 5 seconds left. Can they make it 4? It still stays on there with a little spin around.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As even though it's not clipped on there, they are still getting points for that specimen, as they are out to a pretty good lead over the Blue Alliance, but there's still a lot of time for these robots to come back and possibly win this match, as we got Control Freaks Red coming back over. They put a 2nd sample into the high basket for the Blue Alliance. As we've got the Ratchet Robots clipping the 5th Red Alliance specimen up there onto the high chamber, as the Static Eagles put a neutral sample up into their high basket. The Control Freaks Red put another Alliance-specific one up there for their Alliance, but Static Eagles are back at it, scoring into the high basket. Looks like we've got Sparks and Duct Tape still trying to retain that neutral sample that they've got as they score that up into the high basket. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 now for the Blue Alliance. There's 53 seconds left. And we are seeing all of these robots head into the submersible to try and grab more samples to possibly score, as the Static Eagles are back at it. Once again, they drop it up there once again for the Red Alliance, as the Ratchet Robots are still trying to go into the submersible to grab a game piece for themselves, as now that we're in our end game period, that's what that whistle means. They're going to see some of these robots hang and score any extra points for their Alliance, as it looks like the Control Freaks Red, we're still trying to get in position for a possible hang. As across the field for them, the Ratchet robots were looking to do the same as there's 6 seconds left now. We're seeing the Static Eagles try to go up with 3, 2, 1 second left in this match. And the Static Eagles don't have enough time to be fully supported by the low rung.
Oh, Morgan, it's that time. We're back on field 1. Moving into 57 qualifier, waiting on our scores for the last match. Let's introduce our team, starting on the Red Alliance, 22-154.
They're conquering the high seas. It's the Wayland Cat Autonomous.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, 76-43.
Their robot is shrimply sophisticated. It's Tungsten Tigers.
Heading down to the Blue Alliance, let's introduce team 23-445.
Sir Kermit is ready to hop into action. It's the Furious Frogs.
Oh, and I just can't get enough of this team. There's a reason. Let's hear it for 15-357.
They're plowing their way to success. It's the Morbots.
And I think we're still waiting on scores for our last match. Now, a little different than in the FRC program. Normally, after an FRC or a high school event, once we've played all of our qualifiers, teams must have their robots re-inspected for finals play. But here at FTC, that is no longer necessary. Teams can roll right into the finals right from the qualifiers without any re-inspection at all.
And that'll give them more time to make sure their robot is in top-tier
Condition,
yeah.
Absolutely. Making sure things are working properly, batteries are fully charged.
All right, we got our scores. Take a look at the board in the sky. The winner of qualification 56 on General Motors Field is the Red Alliance, 213 to Blues 92. 15104 stays in that number 8 position.
All right, teams, are you ready? Teams, I've got thumbs up from the teams. Drivers, behind your marks. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
And these robots are off. We're starting off with a neutral sample by 15-357. That's more bots. They grab another from the field and dump it in. They grab the third. It's indexed and dumped in for 3 in that high basket. They go to pick up the fourth, but it doesn't look like their intake grabbed it. And they are over in the ascension zone.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Step up and drive. It's qualification 57 in the Marie Curie division. More bots with a neutral sample in their bucket. They dump it in, but it bounces out, hitting the side. Tungsten Tigers going to pick up a neutral. Nope, they're headed towards the observation zone. More bots depositing another neutral sample, and they go fishing again to get another from inside of the submersible. We've got a neutral sample in the net zone by 22-154, the Wayland Cat Autonomous. And that is another sample done by the Morbots for the Blue Alliance. Tungsten Tigers has a specimen in their claw, and they clip it on to make one specimen for the Red Alliance. Morbots getting more and more of those samples inside of that high basket. Furious Frogs lining up in that observation zone to pick up a specimen and deliver it to the chamber. Morbots depositing a sample. Furious Frogs clipping on that specimen and grabbing another. Wayland Cat Autonomous, neutral sample in their claw. They're lining up to deliver it into the high basket for the Red Alliance, but it bounces off the side of the basket. Tungsten Tigers clips on another specimen. 24 seconds left in the match. These robots are going for their final scoring. It looks like we have Wayland Cat Autonomous starting to ascend for the Red Alliance. Their alliance partner, Tungsten Tigers, also goes to climb with their buttery triangles. 23, 445 Furious Frogs in the air for the Blue Alliance. And that is time on the DTE Foundation field for qualification 57.
The time is ticking away. We're getting closer and closer to Alliance selection. Who knows who will be part of that? Every team wants to. Let's introduce our teams for qualification match 58. 58. Now I'm getting nervous. We're getting that close to the end. Let's hear it for team 21672.
Currently ranked number 5 out of Freeland, it's More Fabricators.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, 23373.
From Rochester Hills, they're the Viking Warriors.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance, let's hear it for team 10477.
One of your teams from Novi, they're the Rapid Robots.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, 11228.
Currently ranked number 2 out of Zealand, they're the Overclock Bots.
We've got our field reset team working hard to get field number 1 all reset. We have had a busy day in our question box today. And again, we find with another ref in the question box, I don't even know who to get to answer this guy's question. I think we should. Oh, hey, and what was your question? Oh, apparently he's answered himself. A little bit of a review from a prior match to make sure everything ended properly. And that's what these question boxes are for. And these refs are doing a fantastic job keeping the games fair and honest. And our teams in line, getting those questions answered. Because 7, 8, 9. I love you, Jenica. I love you. All right, I'm heading down to talk to the fabricators. Fabricators, how you guys feeling?
Great. Yeah, we're in 5th.
You're in 5th place?
Yeah.
You're in 4th place? Are you pretty excited? Is this your last match qualification?
Yes.
Okay, so your last match of qualification. And I think we got thumbs up on the scores.
Oh, we do.
Let's see how they look.
As we see the sample get analyzed, and it's into a Blue Alliance one, as they win with a score of 122 to the Red Alliance's 73.
Congratulations, teams. All right, teams, are you guys ready? Drivers behind your line in 3, 2, 1, dive!
So it looks like already we've got the Overclock Bots, the Viking Warriors, and the More Fabricators clipping specimens onto their respective high chambers, but the Overclock Bots have a second one in hand. They make sure that that stays on their chamber. The More Fabricators try to do the same, but Overclock Bots make it 3 solo and autonomous. There's a 4th one in hand. Can they clip it? Yes, they can. That's up there for their alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Due to some nice autonomous play coming out of both of our Blue Alliance robots, they are up to a 40-point lead against our Red Alliance, but there's still a lot of time for both the Viking Warriors and the More Fabricators to come back and win this match. As the More Fabricators, they do have another specimen in hand. They're going to clip it onto their high chamber. That's the 3rd one for the Red Alliance this match. As Viking Warriors here are going into the submersible to go score an Alliance-specific sample into their high basket as they drop it down. They've got it up there. The Rapid Robots are ferrying some Alliance-specific samples over to their observation zone so the human player can turn them into specimens so they can score those once again if they wish. But the Overclock bots drop a neutral sample into their high basket once again. They go very swiftly back. Quick 1-2 for their Alliance. As now all of our robots are going in and out of the submersible to try to score those extra points. When the Overclock bots decide that they want to rescore that Alliance-specific sample into their high basket, they've got it. The Rapid Robots are going to clip yet another specimen onto the high chamber for the Blue Alliance. They've got one in hand. They're getting in the right position. They move them all over for space. They clip it. They've got it up there once again. 38 seconds left, and the Blue Alliance is growing their lead against the Red Alliance, but both of our Red Alliance robots still have time. As now that we are in our end game period, we have the Overclock bots once again scoring up into the Blue Alliance high basket as both the More Fabricators and the Viking Warriors are still trying to collect samples from inside the submersible. As both the Rapid Robots and the Overclock bots in blue decide that they want to score some extra points into their basket with 8 seconds left. We're seeing 3 out of these 4 robots attempt ascents with 3, 2, 1 second left in this match. And all 4 robots are up and hanging for level 2 ascent points in the end game.
Another exciting, fantastic match. We've got these robots coming in, basically hitting their last qualifications before Alliance selection and just hoping to move up and be seen by those top 6.
Before you leave, I would like to give a big recognition to Marie Curie's FTAs. We've got Carl over here and Amber on the other field. They're making sure these robots are working appropriately, and they're doing a lot of behind-the-scenes work, and they don't like to be recognized. So.
And they're just constantly checking in with the teams as they're queuing for their matches.
They're doing a great job. All right, we've got
Amazing.
scores. And the winner of qualification 58 is the Blue Alliance, 261 to 131. 11228 stays in that second position, and they take home 2 ranking points.
An impressive autonomous score up there for the Alliance as well. Let's meet our teams here on the Red Alliance, Team 22-192.
Say hello to your Knights of Tech Servo Soldiers.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, Team 16-883.
Stomping up and chomping the competition, it's Dino Bite.
Heading over onto the Blue Alliance, let's hear it for 53-86.
From the stars down into the deep, it's the Fabricators.
And joining them on the Blue Alliance from the Great White North, 13-598.
Bundle up for the cold competition, it's the Mobots.
Drivers, you ready? Drivers behind your marks in 3, 2, 1, dive!
And these robots are off. We've got 1 specimen for the red, 1 specimen for the blue, 1 neutral sample for each of these alliances. It is neck and neck, 18-18. Fabricators with another specimen, clipping it onto the high chamber, followed by 22-192 Servo Soldiers getting a second specimen as well. We've got a third from the Fabricators, done by their lovely Barnacle bot.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Step up and drive. It is the Marie Curie division at the Michigan State Championship. 13-598. That's the Mobots. They have a neutral sample that they're delivering into the high basket, but it looks like it falls off. Fabricators with a specimen, clipping it onto the high chamber, going fishing for another, and they deliver it to the observation zone and going to pick up another specimen. That specimen is clipped on by Barnacle Bot. They go and pick up another Alliance-specific sample, 16-883. That's Dino Bite. they pick up more and more samples, and they're just filling up that high basket for the Red Alliance. Barnaclebot getting those cycles in, delivering those Blue Alliance specific samples, and their human player is turning them into those specimens. We've got another neutral sample picked up by Dinobite. They're filling up that Red Alliance high basket, heading back to the submersible for another. Over on the Blue Alliance side, the fabricators are picking up yet another specimen. They've got, I don't know if I can even count those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 specimens as we head into the last 30 seconds of the match. We've got a sample delivered by the Mobots as they move towards that ascension zone with 17 seconds left. Dinobite also connecting to that low rung. One last specimen by the fabricators, and they start ascending as well. 3 robots clipped on to those rungs of the submersible.
Excellent job. Excellent job.
These scores just keep getting higher and higher as the day moves on.
I actually have something quite important just to remind teams. We are getting down to the final 4 matches. After match number 63, or even before match 63, we need 1 representative from every team for Alliance selection, so 1 representative will check in with the field number 1 queuing table. You're going to check in with the queuing table on field number 1, match 63. So we have 1 representative from every team for Alliance selection. Let's meet our teams for qualification 60. Oh, we've got scores in first.
All right, we're checking out who won match number 59. It's the Blue Alliance, as they win with a score of 229 to the Red Alliance 165.
Excellent job. Moving on to qualification number 60. Let's hear it for 15182.
Out of Troy, Michigan, they're the Magmatrons.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, 13284.
All the way from the UP, it's the Snowbot Silver.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance, let's introduce 13684.
From Canton, Michigan, it's Infinity Tech.
And rounding out that Blue Alliance, 14791.
From Bloomfield Hills, they're the Galactic Gears.
Updating our batteries. Teams, are you ready? Teams, are you ready? Drivers, behind your mark. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
So already we've got both Infinity Tech and the Magmatron successfully clipping specimens onto their respective high chamber, but the Galactic Gears are right behind Infinity Tech to do the same. Infinity Tech scores up into the Blue Alliance high basket, but Snowbot Silver were doing the same as the Magmatrons are going to clip the 3rd specimen onto the Red Alliance high chamber. They have a 4th one in hand. They move over. They clip it. That's 4. 3 seconds left. Can they make it 5 during autonomous?
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are in our driver control period now, there are apparently 2 left over that the Magmatrons decided to put on the floor going into our telelab period, but now they decide that they are going to try and rescore those specimens if they so wish. Well, now they're going into the submersible alongside their opponents on the blue side, Infinity Tech, as Infinity Tech is going to drop another Alliance-specific sample up into the blue high basket. The Blue Alliance partners, the Galactic Gears, with 1 minute and 20 seconds left, are going to attempt to collect a specimen from their observation zone as they're in position. Can they clip the 4th one up there for their Alliance? They've got it. They even themselves out with red. When I was Snowbot Silver, they are looking to go back to the submersible and it looks like just do a little bit of hanging out around the ascent zone for their alliance as they decide that they're going to slowly move back and hang out as the Magmatrons clip the 6th specimen for the Red Alliance up there. Now that we are in our endgame period here, we got Infinity Tech and the Galactic Gear still trying to score some last-minute endgame points into the high chamber and high basket, respectively, as they both land those. We have both of our Blue Alliance robots attempting ascents for themselves, as well as the other robots on the field now with 8 seconds left. These robots are reaching up. They're attempting ascents. We have one robot each up and hanging for level 2 ascent points for the end of qualification match number 60. And just to clarify what our MC Jamie said earlier about getting ready for alliance selections, it's one student representative down to our field 1
That's
queuing.
right. That's right. As we get into closer to match 63, we'll have one representative that'll be responsible for their team in alliance selection. Report to queuing table 1.
And after your team's last match.
Well, no, we actually don't want to clog up queuing just yet. We've got a couple more teams to come in. So, all right, let's meet our teams. Qualifier 61, starting out with team 26859.
They're always watching you. It's the Spark Squad.
Also joining them on the Red Alliance, 16464.
They're ready to compete with Gilbert. It's this other team.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance, we've got team 8533.
Pickaxes at the ready. It's the CSA Miners.
And rounding out that Blue Alliance, let's hear it for 8513.
They're diving deep in their amazing submarine. It's Jobot's Maze.
I've got the thumbs up. Scores are in. Let's check them out.
And the winner is Blue Alliance. 214 to 158. Now there are 15 points of foul. And Blue walks away with 2 ranking points.
All right, are our teams ready? Drivers behind your mark. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
And they are off. Jobot's Maze starting off by clipping on a specimen, followed by Spark Squad, who is going to grab one of those Alliance-specific samples and then picking up a specimen from the observation zone. Over on the Blue Alliance side, we've got 8533, the Miners, depositing 2 neutral samples in the high basket, 1 in the low, and they go to pick up 1 from the floor, but their autonomous program misses it. Jobot's Maze with 2 specimens on the high chamber for the Blue Alliance.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, drivers, step up and drive. $85.33, the Miners depositing samples into the high basket. Jobot's Maze delivering those Alliance-specific samples from inside the submersible to the observation zone. Spark Squad going fishing inside of that submersible. They've already got 3 of those specimens prepared inside of that observation zone for the Red Alliance to pick up. Jobot's Maze, again, going to grab another Alliance-specific sample and then flipping around to go get that specimen. Their Alliance partner, the Miners, delivering more and more neutral samples into that high basket for the Blue Alliance. It is slowly filling up over here. Spark Squad grabbing a specimen from the observation zone and going to clip it on the high chamber, followed by Jobot's Maze clipping it as well. Miners deposit another neutral sample, and they head back to the submersible to go and grab that piece. JoBots Maze with their 5th specimen that they are clipping onto the high chamber for the Blue Alliance. They grab their 6th. They're lining up, and they clip it on. 25 seconds left in the match. We've got one robot ready to go in the air for the Red Alliance. Spark Squad doing a final clip of a specimen, heading over to Ascend. JoBots Maze gets yet another specimen clipped for the Blue Alliance. Claws are up. 6 seconds left in the match. We are ascending. 1 and time.
Another fantastic match.
They're getting more and more fantastic throughout the day.
We've only got one match left on field 1, and we've only got one match left on field 2.
Aww.
Nobody's queued up at the table. Must mean we're at the end of qualifiers. Let's meet our team, shall we? Starting on the Red Alliance, let's hear it for 16-5-23.
From Ann Arbor, Michigan, they're the Automated Eagles.
Joining them on the Red Alliance for their last qualifier, Team 22-9-18.
From Troy, Michigan, they're the Girl Bots.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance, team number 23-392.
Currently ranked number 5 out of Rochester Hills, they're the Viking Innovators.
And rounding out that Blue Alliance, 64-82.
From Kentwood, Michigan, it's Red Storm Robotics Red. And we have thumbs up for those scores for qualification match number 61. And we have the Blue Alliance winning that match with a score of 206 to the Red Alliance's 93.
Go ahead and clear your robots. Clear your robots from field number 1. Thank you. Just a quick reminder before we get started. Your teams need to start sending their team representative to queuing table 1. You need to start sending your team representative to queuing table 1 at this time. We need one representative for Alliance selection from every team. All right, drivers, teams, are you ready? Drivers, behind your marks. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
So it looks like we've got the Viking Innovators here scoring onto their Blue Alliance high chambers. They grab a neutral sample from in front of their net zone. They drop it into the high basket at the same time that the Automated Eagles do, as they both are going back to some neutral samples as the Viking Innovators drop a second sample up into their high basket. So Automated Eagles do the same. As right now, that's the rest of the action.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are in our driver control period, we have a score of 55-40 now on red with 1:50 left. There's still a lot of time for these alliances to come back and win this match, as Automated Eagles once again drop another sample into their high basket in red, as they now have an alliance-specific one in hand. Can they drop it? They've got another one up there once again. Still on the red side, though, we have the Girl Bots looking to collect a specimen to go possibly score onto their Red Alliance high chamber. Well, while they're doing that in their observation zone, the Viking Innovators have a 4th one in hand. Can they clip it? Yes, they can. They've got another score up there for their alliance, as the Automated Eagles accidentally missed the high basket and decide they're going to leave it in their net zone for their alliance. With the Viking Innovators, once again, they clip a 5th specimen onto the high chamber for the Blue Alliance. At the same time, we got Red Storm Robotics Red out of Kentwood, still trying to move one of those neutral samples over to their net zone, as they've got that there for themselves. Forty seconds left. As we're seeing the Viking Innovators accidentally miss that attempt onto the high chamber, but they're easily going to get a neutral sample from their observation zone just in time for our end game period to start. As now that we are going to see some attempted hangs coming out of all 4 robots on the field with 10 seconds left. We are now seeing both of our Red Alliance robots attempt ascents with 3, 2, 1 second left in this match. It looks like we clearly have 2 out of the 4 robots on the field up and hanging.
And that was our last qualifier on field number 2. If I could have your attention real quickly, we are looking for a Judy Mott, or a mentor from 21895. We need Judy Mott or a mentor from 21895 to report to Murray Carey's pit admin table, which is on the far end of the field. Again, a Judy Mott or a mentor from 21895. Please report to pit admin. Let's meet our teams for our very last qualifier. Qualification 63, team number 14788.
Titan is on the field and ready. It's the Tech Titans.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, team 12862.
They're soaring in the skies. It's the Walden Dragons.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance, let's hear it for team 2332.
They have brains, they have power. Now just add logic.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance for this very last qualifier, team 23410.
They're orbiting the competition. It's TC Titans Apollo.
And let's check out those scores.
I'm so excited to see the scores. Over on the General Motors field, the winner is the Red Alliance, 131 to 123. Now there are 15 foul points, and Red walks away with 2 ranking points.
All right, as we are into our last qualifier, I don't know, Morgan, if you can see where I'm standing, but this is where we want to have one representative from every team should be reporting to this table right now. If you're in the stands and you do not see your team representative, you need to head to the pits and get your team representative checked in so that we can start. Are we moving them down to field 2? I apologize, they made a change. Field 2, they're moving them down to field 2. All right, drivers, are you ready? Drivers, behind your mark. I'm going to need everyone's help at the last qualifier. If you can count with me. In 3, 2, 1, dive!
And they are off, diving into the deep. The last qualifier on the DTE Foundation field at the Michigan State Championship. We're starting off with 1 specimen on each of the high chambers, 1 for the blue, 1 for the red. 12-8-62, that's the Walden Dragons. They deposit a neutral sample into the low basket. Looks like 2332, that's just add logic. They clip on another sample or another specimen onto that high chamber. Starting off teleop, we have 3 samples done by 23410. That's the TC Titans Apollo. They go and grab another sample to add into that basket. The Tech Titans fishing inside of that submersible. Their alliance partner, 12-8-62, the Walden Dragons, clip on a specimen and go to grab another from that observation zone. Heading back over, specimen in claw to clip it onto that high chamber. Just Add Logic grabbing on. We've got another sample inside that high basket for the Blue Alliance done by Apollo. And they bring another. Tech Titans filling up those baskets for the Red Alliance with those samples as they fish for another inside the submersible. Apollo depositing another sample and grabbing another from inside the submersible. Walden Dragons with another specimen, clipping it on to that high chamber for the Red Alliance side of the submersible, picking up a neutral sample, heading over to the baskets. Just Add Logic making a specimen. They are lining up to grab it from that observation zone. Blue Alliance Apollo is filling up the high basket as well. 30 seconds left in the match. It's time for these teams to ascend. Walden Dragons depositing another sample into the high basket. Apollo depositing another sample into the high basket for Blue. And we've got claws up. Teams are ascending. 12 seconds left in the match. We've got some claws high into the sky, hooking on to that high rung on both alliance sides. 1 second. And that is time for the last qualification match on the Marie Curie Division DTE Foundation field. Let's give all these teams one big round of applause for their performance today and yesterday. All of these teams have done an amazing performance. You all should be so proud. If everyone could take a look down onto field 2, make sure there is a student representative from your team. If you do not see your student representative, I would start taking action to fix that and make sure they're down here.
So we're going to get all of our student representatives situated for Alliance selection, and then at 11:30 we're going to begin the Alliance selection process. The Alliance selection process at 11:30. We'll dive right into it.
And the scores are ready for our last match of the day on the Marie Curie Division. The winner, Blue Alliance, 205 to 182. TC Titans Apollo staying in that 9th place position as we move on to Alliance selection. We will see you all at 11:30. Again, look down, make sure your student representative is on the field. And if they're not, they need to be. So let's make sure they're down there.
Attention all teams. We are missing quite a few teams for Alliance selection. We need team 5386. Please send your representative to the field. Team 8513. Team 11228. Team 12862. Team 13598. Team 13702. Team 15104. Team 15357. Team 2332. 21,672, 22,918, 23,392, 23,410, and 27,609. If you heard your team number called, report to queuing area 2 immediately. Wait a minute. Nobody's dancing. Nobody's dancing. They're actually sitting. That's the opposite of dancing. That's the opposite of dancing. Why are they sitting? Miley, show me what it's all about. I can barely hear it. There we go. There we go. Oh, almost can hear it. There we go.
Right.
Morgan, you got it?
Left. Kick, 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 kick,
There we
and
go.
then you're supposed to turn.
Walk
But whenever
into
I'm up
myself.
here, I do a circle. Right.
No, they're still not moving.
We got girl bots over there.
There we go. Yes, the girl bots are rocking it. Nice job, ladies. We're close. We're like 10
Ooh,
minutes away
hey.
from Alliance selection.
Walden Dragons, that's what's up. We got some fabricators dancing too. We got the Furious Frogs representative dancing as well, and Tech Titans. We got a standing Jobot dancing. Oh, and Ratchet Robots dancing, that's what's up. And Zubotics joining us. You know, you could stand in your seat and like do it really like tiny, and you could still dance. You've been sitting a while. Might be time to stretch. Yeah, come on, you can do it. Now we kick, 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 kick. Ah, Spark Squad is up and dancing. Or we got people over here. Mobots, Infinity Tech. Who's that last one? Got Ratchet Robot standing, trying to read your shirt. What's your team? Yeah. Oh, Mobots. Can't talk and dance, apparently. Give a big round of applause to our dancers. This one is super easy. You just follow directions. Clap your hands. Ooh, we got sitters participating. Nice. Left. One hop. You can do this in your seats too, standing up. I like the fabricators like doing it sitting down. I can do it. Crisscross. Get funky with those hands on your knees. It's really hard to hear it down here. Clap your hands. How low can you go? People in the stands are already pretty low. I'm not going down low. Give this cha-cha your all. Hold on, there's more. There's more. To the right. I hope you know what you're doing because I can't hear it, so I'm like kind of following you guys. Wait. Clap your hands. Cha-cha. This is a long song. Oh, wait, are we done? I think this is the end. All right, let's give our dancers a big round of applause. Friendly reminder, we must keep the stairs clear. You guys got to find a sitting spot. If you have seats next to you, scooch into the middle so that we have space for everyone. So if you can scooch in, please do so.
Scooching.
Scooching. Scooching in.
Scooching in.
Sharing the space. We should have every seat filled.
Oh my gosh, we're like 3.5 minutes away.
I'm so excited.
I'm nervous.
I'm nervous too.
I'm totally nervous. I have this whole list of ranking points here and all these people on the top. I'm telling you, this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. Oh, Morgan.
Yes.
Morgan, it's that time.
What time is it?
It's Alliance selection time! Woo! All right, ladies and gentlemen, we made it. We made it through all of those qualifiers. We actually have 71 teams in the arena today, 36 individual teams over on our division, and they did fantastic. What an incredible day of competition. We want to thank our Into the Deep sponsor by RTX here at the FTC State Championship Northwest. For those of you that are new to robotics, or those of you that don't quite remember what the Alliance selection is all about, we're going to give you a quick recap before we announce our top 6 teams. First, we'll announce the top 6 ranked teams. The first selection will begin with the highest ranked team based on performance in the qualification matches. After the number 1 ranked team makes their selection, the next highest ranked and unpicked team will then make their selection. We continue this process until we have 6 complete alliances with 2 teams each. The student representative from the highest ranked team on the alliance is that alliance captain lead. After the alliance captain lead extends an invitation to join their alliance, one representative from the invited team will come up and either accept or decline the invitation. If a team declines an invitation to become an alliance partner, that team may not be invited to join another alliance. The declining team does not, however, lose their right to select if they become an alliance captain. For example, if the number 1 ranked team picks the number 4 ranked team and they decline, the number 4 ranked team keeps their right to be an alliance captain, and the number 1 ranked team will need to extend the invitation to another team. The number 4 ranked team cannot be invited to join another alliance. If the number 4 ranked team accepts the invitation, the next highest ranked team will move up into that position. Throughout the day, teams have been scouting each other to evaluate strengths, weaknesses, and possible collaborative strategies in the playoff rounds. This is where we see scouting come into play as teams decide who to partner with. Each alliance captain is looking to make the strongest possible alliance to play out the rest of the event with. Once we have 6 completed alliances, we will begin the playoff matches, which play is double elimination bracket. In a double elimination tournament, all alliances will start off in the upper bracket, where they will play 1 match against another alliance. The losing team will drop into the lower bracket and face a brand new alliance in the next round. After they have lost a second time, they will be eliminated from the tournament. Alliances will continue to play until there's only 1 alliance remaining that has not lost twice. Teams who advance from this event will receive an invitation to Worlds in Houston, Texas. There's a lot on the line, so let's meet our teams. Please come up here when you hear your team number and your team name called. Starting with the number 6 seed team, number 1504.
It's the Static Eagles from Heartland.
Heading up to our number 5 seeded team, number 15182.
The Magmatrons from Troy.
our number 4 seed, number 16646.
It's Zubatics from Belmont.
Introducing our number 3 seeded team, 5386.
The Fabricators from Freeland.
Calling up our number 2 seeded team, 11228.
The Overclocked Bots from Zealand.
And please welcome to the field your number 1 seeded team, 23623.
The Hydra Dragons from Lake Orion.
As the number 1 seeded team, they will have first pick for their alliance partner. Once that alliance partner is chosen, they'll come up and either accept or decline that invitation. Are we ready? Fantastic. Team 23623, who would you like to invite to your alliance?
On behalf of Team 23623 and all of our sponsors, we would like to invite Team 11228, the Overclocked Bots, to be our alliance partner.
All right, Overclocked Bots.
On behalf of Team 11228 and all of our sponsors, we gratefully decline.
Fantastic. They have some strategies wishing to employ. So we're back to our number 1 seed team to find their second pick for their alliance.
On behalf of Team 22623 and all of our sponsors, we would like to invite Team 16646, Zubatics.
Heading over to the 4th seed, Team 16646.
On behalf of 16646 and all of our sponsors, we graciously accept.
Fantastic. Joining the number 1 alliance. You guys are going to side one, shift over. We're going to come over here. And that gives me the great pleasure of calling up our next alliance captain, team number 8533.
The CSA MS Miners from Brighton.
All right, you can go ahead and put on your number 2. Oh, purple. All right, I like that. Changing colors. All right, 11228, you have a plan in mind. Let's see who you'd like to invite for your alliance.
On behalf of Team 11228 and all of our sponsors, we would like to invite Team 8533 to join our alliance.
8533, what is your answer?
On behalf of the miners and all our sponsors, we graciously accept.
Fantastic, we've got another alliance. Now I have the pleasure of calling up team 21672.
More Fabricators from Freeland.
All right, moving on to our 3rd seed. Is nervous. Is he nervous? Just a little bit. All right. All right, team 5386. Who would you like to invite to your alliance?
On behalf of Team 5386 and all of our sponsors, we would like to invite Team 15182, the Magmatrons.
Team 15182.
The Magmatrons.
On behalf of Team 15182 and our gracious sponsors, we would like to accept.
Fantastic. We've got our 3rd alliance. We'll shift on over. And that brings on team 23410.
TC Titans Apollo from Traverse City.
All right, moving on to our 4th seed alliance, 15104. Who would you like to invite onto your alliance?
On behalf of Team 5104, we would like to graciously invite Team 7643.
Team 7643, the Tungsten Tigers.
On behalf of Team 7643, the Tungsten Tigers, and all of our sponsors, we graciously accept.
That's 4 alliances. Congratulations. Our Tungsten Tigers joining alliance number 4. All right, 2172. You can go ahead and put on your bib. The Moore Fabricators. All right. And who would you like to invite onto your alliance?
On behalf of Team 21672 and all of our mentors and sponsors, we would like to invite Team 23410 to join our alliance.
23410.
On behalf of 23410 and all of our sponsors, we graciously accept.
Fantastic. Step right over to your alliance. And that brings up one more alliance captain, team number 23392.
The Viking Innovators from Rochester.
And you can go ahead and put your bib on. And while the anticipation mounts, let's talk a little bit about what comes after this. Before we learn who the last alliance captain selects to be their last alliance member, immediately following the selection, the head referee will meet with all of the alliance captains on the field to cover the rules of play. If you have been your team representative, but you are not your team captain or on your drive team, we do want that representative here for the meeting. So if you'll be changing out your bib to someone else, we do want that person here immediately after for the meeting. If your team, after that final selection, the alliance captains meet with the head ref and go over the rules of play in the finals. All right, we are all basically on the edge of our seats. We want to find out who this last selection will be. So go ahead and tell us who you're asking to join your alliance.
On behalf of Viking Innovators and 23392, we select 23373 Viking Warriors.
23373. I think I know your answer.
On behalf of Team 23373 and all of our sponsors, we graciously accept.
Fantastic. We have got our 6 alliances. Well done, teams. And well done to everyone who played this weekend at the competition. A quick reminder for you to stay on the field for a meeting with your head referee. If you are in the first couple matches of the finals, we will need your robots queued by 12:50. Robot teams need to be queued by 12:50. Robot matches resume at 1 o'clock. We're going to let the alliances talk strategy now and prepare for the playoff matches. Again, they'll begin at 1 o'clock. We'll see you there. Thank you so much for coming to your robotics competition today. We'll see you soon.
If I could have your attention, please make sure your car is not blocking an exit and not blocking the hitch of a trailer. We have some teams who cannot get their trailer, and there are exits being blocked. Please make sure to move your car if that's you. Thank you. If I could have your attention, please. We have 2 cars blocking an exit needed for trailers to load up. We have a gray Infinity with the license plate SAVITUR. And we have a white Ford Explorer with the license plate PMF47. If those are your cars, please make sure to get them moved. They are out back and in the way of our trailers. If you didn't hear it on the Woody Flowers side, your engineering portfolios are available at Team Check-In. Make sure to go and grab those. Again, those engineering portfolios are available at Team Check-In.
Check 1, check 2.
Whoa, microphone check. 1, 2. Can you hear me all right? Awesome. Thank you. Friendly reminder, your engineering portfolios are available at the team check-in table. Again, those engineering portfolios are available at the team check-in table. We are going to get started with match 1 in a minute or 2 here on the Marie Curie field.
All right, everybody. So now, after 63 qualification matches and our alliance selections, I would like to welcome everyone to your Michigan State Championship Northwest 2024 Marie Curie Division Playoffs! So now over here for playoff match number 1, we have your Alliance 4 in red versus your Alliance 5 in blue. And on our Red Alliance side, starting us off, we have your Alliance captains, Team 15104!
They have a robot that talks with their hands. It's the Static Eagles.
And rounding out their alliance, we have their pick, Team 7643!
Raise a cup of tea. It's the Tungsten Tigers.
Going over here to our Blue Alliance side, let's say hello to your Alliance 5 captains, Team 21672.
They're from out of this world. It's more fabricators.
And then rounding out their alliance, it's Team 23410.
Put your fists in the air. It's TC Titans Apollo.
All right, looks like we've got thumbs up. Let's get ready to dive in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we are off with match 1 on the Marie Curie field. We have got 1 and 2 specimens for the Red Alliance on the high chamber by 15-104, the Static Eagles. Over on the Blue Alliance side, we have Team Apollo dumping their second neutral sample into the high basket, and their alliance partner, More Fabricators, lining up to grab the second specimen to deliver to the submersible. They clip it on, and it falls off. Over on the Red Alliance side, we're starting teleop with 3 red specimens on that high chamber. Step up and drive. It's into the deep on the DTE Foundation field. Apollo starting off getting the last neutral sample from the ground into the high chamber. They fish for another one, and they're headed over back to the high basket and dumping it in. We've got the Static Eagles with a specimen in claw headed over to the high chamber of the submersible, and they clip it on with ease, moving towards the neutral samples on the floor and delivering those to the high basket for the Red Alliance. More Fabricators goes back towards the, looks like they're going to grab a specimen that fell off so they can bring it to their human player to align it. They pick up a specimen, or they're trying to. They've got it. They're headed towards the submersible to clip it on to that high chamber. Apollo back at it again with putting those neutral samples in the high basket. Static Eagles with a sample in hand, delivering it to the high basket, going to fish for more inside of the submersible. Tungsten Tigers inside of that submersible getting an Alliance-specific sample, delivering it to the observation zone for their human player, and they re-clip it onto the wall. They go back for another inside of the submersible, and they've got it for their Alliance. 15-04 Static Eagles over in the corner, dropping a sample into the low basket. We've got yet another neutral sample dumped by Apollo. They go and grab another from inside the submersible, while their partner, More Fabricators, clips on, and it falls off a specimen over by the submersible. 12 seconds left in the match. It's time for these teams to ascend. We've got a last-minute score by Apollo. Over on the Red Alliance side, we've got clips connected. 2, 1, and that is match. All robots are on the rung, and they are ascended. All right, over on the General Motors field, let's meet our teams for match number 2. We have Alliance 3 over on the red side, and we have Alliance 6 over on the blue side. Meet your captains for Alliance 3. It's 53-86.
One of your teams from Freeland, they're the Fabricators.
Partnered with them is 15182.
Rounding out Alliance 3, they're the Magmatrons.
Over on the Blue Alliance side, we have your captains, 23-392.
Starting off this Rochester Hills Alliance, they're the Viking Innovators.
And partnered with them, it's the Viking Alliance, 23373.
Rounding out this Rochester Hills Alliance, they're the Viking Warriors. All right, looks like we've got scores for playoff match number 1. And we have Alliance 5 winning that match with a score of 229 to 201. And while Alliance 5 moves on in the upper bracket, Alliance 4 isn't out of this yet as they move down to the lower bracket.
It is playoff match 2 over on the Marie Curie field. Let's get these robots started in 3, 2, 1, dive!
So already we've got 2 out of these 4 robots on the field successfully scoring on their high chambers. But it looks like 53-86, your Alliance captains are trying to score into their Red Alliance high basket as they're just barely missing, but the Viking Warriors don't have any neutral samples in hand to score up into their basket. The Viking Innovators clips a second specimen onto the blue high chamber. Magmatrons now have 4 just in time.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now in our driver control period, Alliance 3 is out to a commanding lead over Alliance 6. But that doesn't mean this Rochester Hills Alliance in blue has anything to say about it as the Viking Warriors are up. They accidentally score it outside of any of the baskets or their net zone, but they are right back at it as they have another neutral sample in hand. They're looking to position over their high basket. They've got it first up there for the Blue Alliance as their Alliance 6 captains of Viking Innovators. They're back to their observation zone again as they decided they want to readjust to possibly score that specimen once again. But the fabricators out of Freeland make sure that the Red Alliance has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 clipped specimens up there now. As they're moving over to possibly score a 7th, they've got it just fine. As their Alliance 3 partners, the Magmatrons, are going back and forth from the submersible to their high baskets. At the same time, the Viking Warriors put one into the high basket. The Magmatrons trade in kind. With 50 seconds left now, and Alliance 3 is holding on to their lead, but Alliance 6 is coming up fast. As the Viking Innovators drop another neutral sample up there into the high basket, as the Viking Warriors are right behind them. They move over. Can they drop it? They do swiftly once again for their Alliance. But now that we're going into our endgame period, the Red Alliance is maintaining their lead as the Freeland Fabricators clip yet another specimen onto the high chamber for the Red Alliance as the Magmatrons are positioning once again over their Red Alliance high basket as they've got it up there. The Freeland Fabricators are looking to possibly right themselves and score some ascent points for their Alliance, but with 3, 2, 1 second left in this match, we have both of Alliance 6's robots up and hanging. All right, back over here for our DTE Foundation field for playoff match number 3. we have your number 1 alliance in red versus your number 5 alliance in blue. And starting us off on the red alliance, some of my neighbors from Lake Orion, it's team 23623.
They're a mythical force to be reckoned with. It's the Hydra Dragons.
And then rounding out this number 1 alliance, it's team 16646.
They're unleashing the wild side. It's Zoobotics.
Over here for Alliance 5, let's reintroduce their captains, team 21672.
Deep out of the depths of the Marianas Trench, it's more Fabricators.
And then rounding out their alliance, it's team 23410.
Straight from the moon, it's the TC Titans Apollo.
And it looks like we have scores for our last playoff match.
And the winner moving on into the upper bracket, Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance will head down Alliance 6 to playoff match 5. Alliance 3, we will see you in playoff match 4.
All right, looks like we've got thumbs up. You ready? All right, let's get this next playoff match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
And these robots are diving into the deep. We're starting off with Zoobotics with a neutral sample in the high basket, and Apollo doing the same in the high basket. Zoobotic goes for another. Apollo goes for another. They grab it off the floor. Their alliance partners are clipping on those specimens to the high chamber. Red Alliance has 2, and Blue Alliance currently has 1. Zoobotics parked into the ascent zone. Looks like we've got 3 neutral samples for the Red Alliance and 3 for the Blue.
3, 2, 1.
Step up and drive. It's into the deep on the DTE Foundation field in the Marie Curie division. We're starting off with the Hydra Dragons with a specimen in claw. They clip it on to the end of the high chamber for the Red Alliance, and their partner Zoobotics dumps a neutral sample into the high basket. Apollo doing the same. They're going to fish for another sample and delivering that into the high basket for the Blue Alliance. More Fabricators heading towards the observation zone to pick up a specimen to bring it over to the submersible. And they clip it on for the Blue Alliance. Hydra Dragons delivering neutral samples into the observation zone so that the human player can turn them into specimens. Zoobotics finishing those cycles. They're filling up that high basket for the Red Alliance. They go back and fish for more neutral samples inside of the submersible, and they deliver another. We've got a tipped robot. Apollo is on their side, and they're going to do everything they can to right themselves this match. Zoobotics with a neutral sample, delivering it into the high basket. Their alliance partner, Hydra Dragons, picking up a specimen and clipping it on to the high chamber. More Fabricators over in the observation zone going to grab a specimen, and they are delivering it to the high chamber. 28 seconds left in the match. Zoobotics delivering yet another sample into the high basket. They're running out of space up there. Looks like there's nothing that Apollo can do to right themselves. Zoobotics delivering yet another sample. It looks like they've run out of space, but they're about to ascend. 4 seconds left in the match. Are they able to do it? 1 robot in the air, 2 robots in the air, 1 for each alliance. Amazing performance for playoff match 3 in the Marie Curie division.
All right, looks like we have scores for playoff match number 3. And we have Alliance 1 moving on as they set a new Marie Curie division high score of 305 to Alliance 5's 192. And while Alliance 1 moves on in the upper bracket, Alliance 5 isn't out of this yet as they move down to the lower bracket.
That means Marie Curie division currently holds the event high score. You should be so proud of yourselves. We are the one holding the record. Let's see if we can keep it above the other field. Over here on the General Motors field for playoff match 4, we have Alliance 2 in the red and Alliance 3 in the blue. Let's meet the captains for Alliance 2. It's 11228.
There are your Alliance captains. They're the overclocked bots.
And their partners, it's 8533.
All the way from Brighton, they're the CSA Miners.
Over on the blue side, your team captains, 5386.
Out of Freeland, they're the Fabricators.
And their pick, 15182.
Rounding out this alliance, they're the Magmatrons.
All right, we got thumbs up. It is playoff match 4. We're getting this started in 3, 2, 1, dive.
So already we've got both the Magmatrons and the Overclock bots scoring onto the high chamber, and we've got the CSA Miners and the Fabricators scoring into each high basket. And so far, none of these robots have missed a single beat in scoring any of these game pieces that they're attempting to grab, as the Overclock bots and the Magmatrons trade 3 for 3, scoring specimens out to the high chamber. They trade 4 for 4 going into our tele-up.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are in our driver control, it is a tie game with 147 to 147 separating both of these alliances. As now that we're seeing these drivers drive their robots around, we have the Magmatron scoring up into the Blue Alliance high basket as the CSA Miners are going over to their high chamber. Make that 5 clip specimens now for the Red Alliance on their chamber. Freeland Fabricators even it out for the Blue Alliance. But at the same time they're doing that, the number 2 Alliance captains, the Overclock bots, are scoring and scoring into the Red Alliance high basket as they are back at it once again. Into the submersible. They reach up swiftly. They drop it once again. That's yet another neutral sample up there. we have more trading of scores with specimens on each high chamber going in favor of the CSA Miners and the Freeland Fabricators. As the CSA Miners have another one in hand, they clip it swiftly. The Freeland Fabricators are looking to ferry some Alliance-specific samples over to their human player to get turned into specimens as they do clip yet another one for their Alliance with 51 seconds left in this playoff match. We have the CSA Miners clipping one once again. The overclock bots are scoring into the high basket for their Red Alliance once again. They're looking to completely fill it up while they still have time as the Magmatrons do the same for blue. We have everyone now reaching into the submersible as going into our end game period. We have a large amount of empty space in the middle of the submersible as both alliances trade scores of specimens once again. As the Fabricators clip again. CSA Miners clip again. There's 11 seconds left, and we are going to see if any of these robots can hang as the Fabricators are up. The Magmatrons are up. All 4 robots are up and hanging as they all get level 2 ascent points during the end game.
All right, if I could have your attention, please. This is super important. We have a white Ford Explorer with the license plate PMF47. We have the police on their way to identify the owner. If you do not move your car, it is getting towed. It is in the way of our trailers. Again, license plate PMF47. If that is your vehicle, move it now. Thank you to, especially thank you to everyone else who moved their car beforehand.
Very nice.
All right, looks like we do have scores for that last playoff match.
The winner is Red Alliance. Now with a score of 335. Alliance 2 will be advancing to playoff match 7, and Alliance 3 is not out of this yet. They are playoff match 6. Now, I did hear from the other field that their high score right now is like 380 something. And I don't have proof of that, but we're going to beat that score. Like, let's see if we can get 400. It was 384? They've got 384. So teams, that's the score to beat.
All right, now that we're back over here for Field 1, we are now in the lower bracket for playoff match number 5. That means whichever one of these alliance lose, they are eliminated from today's competition. But we don't get to, at least we up here, we don't get to decide that. These drivers get to decide who wins and keeps moving on. As in on our Red Alliance, we have your number 5 Alliance captains, team 21672.
They're motivating girls in STEM. It's more Fabricators.
And then rounding out this alliance all the way from Traverse City, it's team 23410.
They're the astronauts from space. It's TC Titans Apollo.
Coming over here to the Alliance 6 side of the field, let's say hello to their captains, team 23392.
For Valhalla, it's Viking Innovators.
And then rounding out this alliance, it's team 23373.
Calling on the power of Odin, it's the Viking Warriors.
All right, we've got thumbs up. Let's play this next match in 3, 2, 1, go!
And the teams are off. We've got 1 and 2. 1 specimen for each alliance clipped onto that high chamber. Apollo over on the red alliance side picking up a neutral sample but missing. 2, 3, 3, 7, 3. It's the Viking Warriors. They drop a neutral sample in the high basket and go to pick up another. 2, 1, 6, 7, 2. It's more Fabricators. They clip on a second specimen. And over on the blue alliance side, we've got Viking Innovators also clipping 1.
2, 1.
And they are off. Step up and drive into the deep. Apollo starting off with dumping a neutral sample into the high basket. They go and pick up another neutral sample from the floor. Viking Warriors also drop a neutral sample, but for the blue alliance. Apollo going to grab another neutral sample and delivering it into the high basket. More Fabricators grabbing that specimen and delivering it to the high chamber, while on the other side, we've got the Viking Innovators grabbing a specimen and delivering it to the high chamber and going to clip it on. They've got it. We've got some fishing going on inside of the submersible. Apollo coming out with a neutral sample and the Viking team getting one into the high basket. Viking Innovators dropping off an Alliance-specific sample so they can turn it into a specimen and get it delivered over to the high chamber of the submersible, where the Viking Warriors are dropping those samples into the high basket. More Fabricators goes to get a specimen over in the observation zone, bringing it over towards that high chamber. Can they clip it on? They've got it. We are delivering neutral samples from the observation zone. Viking Innovators dropping it into the high basket. Their partner, Viking Warriors, going to pick up another sample and delivering it into the high basket. That is the 30-second mark. We've got 25 seconds left in this match. Viking Innovators delivering a neutral sample into the high basket. And their partners, the Viking Warriors, also delivering a sample. Over on the other side, more Fabricators drops a neutral sample, and Apollo goes to drop a neutral sample. One falls on the Viking side into the net zone. We're ascending. 3 seconds left in the match. Robots are in the air. And that is time for playoff match 5. This match decides who is moving on and who we have to say goodbye to. It is time to meet the teams for playoff match 6 over on the General Motors field. Now we will have to say goodbye to one of these alliances after this next match. So these teams are going to give it their all like they have been all weekend to see who continues on. We've got Alliance 4 in red and Alliance 3 in red, Alliance 4 in blue. Starting off on the red alliance side, your captains, 5386.
One of your teams from Freeland are the Fabricators.
Their partners, their pick, it's 15182.
Rounding out this alliance, they're the Magmatrons.
Over on the blue alliance side, we have your captains, 15104.
Starting off this alliance from Heartland, they're the Static Eagles.
Joined by them is 7643.
Rounding out this alliance, they're the Tungsten Tigers. And we do have scores for playoff match number 5. And we have Alliance 5 winning this match with a score of 222. To Alliance 6 is 198. And while Alliance 5 does move on, we must give a huge round of applause and congratulations to all of Alliance 6 for playing here this weekend. We have their captains, Team 23392, the Viking Innovators, and their pick, Team 23373, the Viking Warriors.
We've got thumbs on the field. Let's get playoff match 6 started on the General Motors field in 3, 2, 1, dive!
So very quickly, we've got both the Static Eagles and the Magmatrons clipping specimens onto each high chamber as the Tungsten Tigers and the Fabricators are scoring into each respective high basket. As it looks like the Magmatrons are clipping a second specimen onto their high chamber. They make it 3 during their autonomous, as with 6 seconds left. The Magmatrons make it 4 just in time. Make it 5.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we're in our driver control period, some nice autonomous play out of the Magmatrons means that Alliance 3 is out to a massive lead over Alliance 4, but that doesn't mean Alliance 4 cannot come back and win this match as captains, the Static Eagles, clip a 3rd specimen for their Blue Alliance as they have a 4th one in hand. Can they clip it? Yes, they can. At the same time, their Alliance partners, the Tungsten Tigers, send a 3rd neutral sample into the high basket as the Static Eagles and the Freeland Fabricators make sure that they are trading blow for blow onto the high chambers. As the Magmatrons, that's 15182, are look to be going back into the submersible to grab a neutral sample as they have that in hand. Can they reach up? They drop it off. That's yet another score up there for their Alliance. 1 minute and 4 seconds left, and Alliance 3 is holding on to their lead, but Alliance 4 is coming up very fast as we have 3 out of the 4 robots going into the submersible to go collect more game pieces. As the Static Eagles are in position, they reach up. Can they drop it off? Yes, they can. They're stacking into the Blue Alliance high basket. The Freeland Fabricators are also going into the submersible to try to collect more game pieces as the Tungsten Tigers clip a specimen onto the Blue Alliance high chamber. As now that we're going into our end game period, we have the Freeland Fabricators once again clipping high. We have the Static Eagles throwing up high onto the high basket as the Freeland Fabricators clip yet another specimen. Their partners, the Magmatrons, score up there. There's 8 seconds left now. And we're seeing 3 out of these 4 robots attempt level 2 ascents as we have all of our Red Alliance up. And we don't have any of our Blue Alliance robots up and hanging for those ascent points. All right, back over here on the DTE Foundation field. We are back in the upper bracket for playoff match number 7. As on their field now, we have Alliance 1 in red versus Alliance 4 in blue. 2? We got 2. Never mind. I wrote that wrong on my paper real bad. But first we get to 1 and 2. I got it now. First we get to meet our teams on the Red Alliances. First up, we have their Alliance captains, Team 23623.
Down on the field is Hydrobot. It's the Hydra Dragons.
And then rounding out their alliance, it's their first pick, Team 16646.
They're unleashing the wild side. It's Zoobotics.
And over here in blue, we have your number 2 alliance in blue. As we get to introduce their alliance captains, team 11228.
Their robot, Philip, thy beast, is ready to play. It's over, Clucked Bots.
And then that we have their pick rounding out this alliance, team 8533.
They're here to bring the dynamite. It's the CSA Miners. We've got scores for our last match. Take a look at the board in the sky. Moving on will be the Red Alliance, 265 to 196. We want to give a big round of applause to Alliance 4 for playing with us. Their captain, 15104. 15104, the Static Eagles, and 7643, the Tungsten Tigers.
All right, we do
Let's
have
give them a big round of applause.
We do have a quick announcement. If you have a Pat Milliken Ford rental vehicle parked out by our loading bay, it's going to get towed, so please come pick it up. All right, we've got thumbs up. Let's get ready to start our next playoff match in 3, 2, 1, go.
And these robots are off on the Marie Curie field. We're starting off strong with one specimen for each alliance. They are moving quickly to dump those neutral samples into the high basket for both alliances. Looks like Red Alliance has 3 in the high basket. Blue Alliance also making it 3. We've got 3 specimens on the high chamber for the Blue Alliance. Over Clucked Bots looking to make it a 4th. 2, 3, 6, 2, 3. The Hydra Dragons go and grab a 4th specimen, but barely run out of time. They are ready to grab that when teleoperated starts. Step up and drive. It is into the deep on the DTE Foundation field. Zubotics dropping another neutral sample into the high basket with Over Clucked Bots doing the same for the Blue Alliance. They are completing those cycles quickly and efficiently, back and forth between red, then blue, then red, then blue. We've got the Miners clipping on those specimens to the high chamber for the Blue Alliance. They go fishing inside the submersible to go and grab another sample to deliver it to the observation zone. These high baskets are filling up quickly. Alliance 1 and Alliance 2 very appropriately ranked. There is almost no more space in the Red Alliance side as Zubotics grabs yet another neutral sample, dropping it in. Over Clucked Bots doing the same. Hydra Dragons delivering an Alliance-specific sample and then going to get that specimen and delivering it onto the high chamber for the Red Alliance. 8533, the Miners clip on yet another specimen and then go fishing inside of that submersible for another. Zubotics grabbing a neutral sample and filling into the already full pie basket, and it falls out. We've got Overclocked Bots fishing inside the submersible for yet another sample to deliver into that high basket. They're running out of space up here. The Miners deliver another specimen, and they head over towards... We've got more samples just filling up these high baskets. Zubotics manages to get another. We've got more specimens that I can count on the high chamber for both alliances. 15 seconds left in this match. Zubotics drops a sample. We've got last minute specimens being clipped, and they are ascending with 6 seconds left in the match. They're climbing into the air. Can they do it? 1 and time. Absolutely incredible performance by our 1 and 2 alliances.
So no, I don't. So after that match ended, I don't know if anyone could tell, but I think all these teams sounded really happy after that last match. All right, we're back over on the General Motors field here for playoff match number 8, which means whoever loses this match is going to be eliminated from the tournament. But we don't get to know that until we introduce these teams, as we have Alliance 3 in red versus Alliance 5 in blue. Glad I got those numbers right. But now, first off, we get to introduce your number 3 Alliance captains, Team 5386.
They're covered in barnacles. It's the Fabricators.
And then rounding out their alliance, it's Team 15182.
Get ready for the eruption. It's the Magmatrons.
And then over here on our blue alliance side, let's introduce your number 5 alliance captains, Team 21672.
They are out of this world. It's the More Fabricators.
And then rounding out their alliance, it's their pick, Team 23410.
Joining them in orbit, it's TC Titans Apollo.
And then we do have scores for playoff match number 7. Let's take a look. And we have Alliance 1 moving on with a score of 325 to Alliance 2's 317. And while Alliance 1 moves on to playoff match 10, Alliance 2 isn't out of this yet as they move on to playoff match number 9.
If I could have your attention, please. If your name is Devesh and you are renting a white Ford Explorer from Pat Milligan Ford, your vehicle is about to be towed. Please go and take care of that. The tow truck is on their way. All right, I got thumbs on the field. Let's get playoff match 8 started in 3, 2, 1, dive.
So now that we're well into our autonomous period, we have 1 clip specimen on each high chamber and 1 sample in each high basket. But TC Titans Apollo is looking to make it 2 for their alliance, as they're looking to get possession of a third. As they do, there's 7 seconds left. They reach up. They make it 3 for the Blue Alliance, as more Fabricators and the Magmatrons.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are in our driver control period, this is still a close game between both of these alliances, as there is 1 minute and 50 seconds now left to keep playing more into the deep, as the TC Titans Apollo score once again into their alliance respective high basket, as they are back at it again alongside the more Fabricators that clip a third specimen onto their high chamber. But they have the Magmatrons in red scoring up into their high basket. The Freeland Fabricators score a 4th clip specimen onto their high chamber. They're looking to make it 5 for their red alliance. They are 4 clip specimens now, courtesy of the Freeland Fabricators. More Fabricators. They're looking to make it 5 for their alliance. Can they do it? Yes, they can.
I'll make it bigger later.
We have the TC Titans Apollo once again scoring into the high basket. But now we have all of our robots to some capacity going to the submersible to go collect more game pieces to score, as there are 48 seconds left in play. Alliance 5 is pulling away with the lead, against Alliance 3, but that doesn't mean anything when there's still more into the deep to play. As we have the Freeland Fabricators once again scoring a specimen onto the high chamber. As TC Titans Apollo were scoring once again into the Blue Alliance high basket. Just in time for our end game to start. As we now have all of these robots scoring whatever potential points they can. As more Fabricators accidentally miss onto their high chamber. But now there's 14 seconds left. And we are seeing some attempted ascents out of both of our Alliance 3 robots as they are both up in the air. There's 4 seconds left. Can we see both of our other Alliance robots? Yes, we can. We're now in this playoff match. We have all 4 of our robots up and hanging for the ascent points.
Our scores are ready. Take a look at the board in the sky. The winner moving on will be Blue Alliance. Oh my gosh, 244 to 243. Alliance 5 will advance to playoff match 9. Let's give a big round of applause for Alliance 3, your captains, 5386, the Fabricators, and 15182, the Magmatrons. They are headed home, but they played so well. 1 point difference in that match. All right, we've got playoff match 8.5 over on the Blue Alliance. It's our ref, Samantha. And over on the red side, we have Leo. Give your refs a big round of applause.
All right, we're back over here on field 1 for qualification match number 9. So this is our last lower bracket match, which means one of these alliances is going to be eliminated from the tournament. But we've already had a great one so far, and we're going to have a very great next match. As if I can read correctly, we have Alliance 2 in red versus Alliance 5 in blue. But on our Red Alliance side, let's introduce the Alliance captains, Team 11228.
They're pecking towards success. It's the Overclocked Bots.
And then rounding out their alliance, it's Team 8533.
Their pickaxes are ready. It's the CSA Miners.
And then over on our Blue Alliance side, let's introduce your Alliance 5 captains, Team 21672.
Straight from the depths of the Marianas Trench, it's more Fabricators.
And then last but not least, we have their Alliance partners, Team 23410.
Put your fists in the air. It's TC Titans Apollo.
All right, we've got thumbs up. Let's get this next playoff match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
And these bots are off, starting up with the Overclocked bots almost getting that specimen onto the high chamber. That's not going to stop them. They're pushing those Alliance-specific samples, grabbing another specimen and bringing it towards that high chamber and getting it. We have Sully of the More Fabricators getting not one but two specimens on the high chamber for the Blue Alliance. They're coming in with a third, and it pops off. Over on the Blue Alliance side, we have 2 neutral samples, and the Red Alliance, it looks like we have 4.
2, 1.
Step up and drive. It's into the deep over in the Marie Curie division. Overclocked bots starting off with a neutral sample in the high basket, with Apollo doing the same for the Blue Alliance. Sully of More Fabricators with a specimen, delivering it to the high chamber for the Blue Alliance. The CSA MS Miners put a specimen onto the high chamber. They go fishing inside of the submersible for another. Their alliance partner, Overclocked bots, delivering those neutral samples ever so quickly. Apollo delivering another neutral sample for the Blue Alliance. And Apollo gets another neutral sample. Overclocked bots quickly filling up that high basket for the Red Alliance. They're going to run out of space soon over there. Apollo grabs an Alliance sample and deposits it into the high basket. Overclocked bots does the same for the Red Alliance. More Fabricators putting a specimen onto the high chamber and fishing for another inside of that submersible. Overclocked bots grabbing a neutral sample, dropping it, but they're going to pick it back up and deliver it into the basket for the Red Alliance. Their partner, the Miners, right behind them with a neutral sample in tow, depositing it, and it falls into the net zone. It's still going to score points, but not nearly as many. Overclocked bots with another sample into the high basket. Apollo doing the same for the Blue Alliance. And More Fabricators following suit, dropping a sample in, and Apollo getting another. We've got 16 seconds left in the match. It is time to ascend, and teams are scoring their last points. Overclocked bots drops a sample in the top. We've got more and more specimens for the Red Alliance, more than I can count. We're ascending with 3, 2, 1, and time. That is it for playoff match 9. We've got scores. Take a look at the board in the sky. Moving on will be the Red Alliance 283 to 205. Let's give a big round of applause to our Alliance 5. They are headed home for the day. We've got 21672 more Fabricators and 23410 TC Titans Apollo. Give them a massive round of applause. They played amazing. We are happy to have you on, Marie Curie. You represented us well. All right, this is playoff match 10. That means if Red Alliance wins, they are representing the Marie Curie division. If Blue Alliance wins, our second place alliance, that means we will go on to match 11 for a tiebreaker. Alliance 2 has lost 1. Alliance 1 has been undefeated through this playoff. Alliance 2 is back here to fight. Let's start with Alliance 1 and meet our teams. Starting off with the captain, we have 23623.
From Lake Orion, Michigan, they're the Hydra Dragons.
And their partner, 16646.
One of your teams all the way from Kalamazoo, it's Zubotics.
Over on the Blue Alliance side, their captains, 11228.
Starting us off, they're the Overclocked Bots.
And their pick, 8533.
All the way from Brighton, they're the CSA Miners.
In the spirit of first, we are going to do the ceremonial handshake before we get started. I'm going to have Alliance 1 come stand right here in front of the field. Keep on going. You're going to stand in front of the field. Alliance 2, I am going to have you walk around and give them a handshake and go back to your spot. We love to see the gracious professionalism. I'm hearing lots of good lucks from both alliances. All right, this could be the last match on the Marie Curie division. Is Alliance 1 gonna take the win? Or is Alliance 2 going to come back for a fight for match 11? Do we have thumbs up from our refs? We are going to get this match started in, say it with me, 3, 2, 1, dive!
So already we've got a quick start coming out of all 4 of these robots on the field so far, as we have 3 out of the 4 robots successfully scoring. Make that 4 out of the 4 robots successfully scoring. As so far we've got 2 clip specimens onto the high chamber for Alliance 2, as we have Alliance 1 moving over as they do just that, but Alliance 2 makes it 3 clips so far, as we have all of these robots also scoring into the high basket for each respective alliance as they decide to clear it out for both sides.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As going into our driver control period, Alliance 2 only has a slight lead over Alliance 1, but that is A-okay as there's still a lot of into the deep left to play into this match. As their Alliance 2 captains, Overclock Bots, are going from the submersible to their high basket to keep on scoring those neutral samples as they're reaching up. Can they drop it? They've got it for their Alliance. 85-33, their Alliance partners, the CSA Miners, are doing the same exact thing, but they are ferrying samples over to their human player to get turned into specimens as they clip the 5th specimen for their Alliance onto the high chamber as Zubotics is going to the submersible once again. They are reaching up. They drop it down once again as their number 1 Alliance captains, the Hydra Dragons, are going into the submersible as well, but they are making sure that they're trying to get whatever they can as they have some defense played against them by the Overclock Bots as they decide to move to a different section to try to get more samples to get turned into specimens as the CSA Miners are back up once again, going to make sure that they have more specimens to go and score as the Hydra Dragons clip 1 up once again. 45 seconds left, and Alliance 1 is still holding on to this match. With Alliance 2, they're 1 point separating these, 9 points now separating these alliances as it is still very close, as it'll all come down to our last minute end game points, as that whistle means that we are in the last 30 seconds of the match, as we have Zubotics once again going into the submersible to try and score up into the Red Alliance high basket as they do just that. The Hydra Dragons are trying to come back once again as they put one up into the Red Alliance high basket. They need to not catch as they don't de-score any of those from their high basket. They need to move to try to score more points with 6 seconds left. The score is still close. There's 3 seconds left. We have one level 2 ascent. We have 2 level 2 ascents coming out of both of our alliances. But we have to wait till the refs are done deliberating before we find out who wins this playoff match.
Drum roll, please.
We are possibly ready to see if we have Marie Curie Division champions. And we have a playoff match 11 as Alliance 2 wins with 318 points to Alliance 1's 314 points. And with that win, once again, we have Alliance 2 forcing a playoff match 11 at a possible chance at becoming Michigan State Championship Northwest Marie Curie Division champions.
We will have a short break while they fix what they need to on their robots and prepare for the rematch. Before we meet the teams, let's hear it for the Red Alliance. What about the Blue Alliance? This match will decide the champion. Let's introduce our teams.
And over here on red for Alliance 1, we do still have the captain's team 23623.
They're bringing mythical force. It's the Hydra Dragons.
And their pick team 16646.
They're releasing the beast at Zoobotics.
And over here for Alliance 2, their Alliance captain's team 11228.
They're packing towards success. It's the Overclocked Bots.
And then rounding out Alliance 2, it's team 8533.
Their pickaxes are at the ready. It's the CSA Miners. Let's hear it for red. Let's hear it for blue. Red. Blue. Let's hear it for Marie Curie. Well, we have our FTA helping out. Who's had an awesome time this weekend?
I have, Morgan. I've had an awesome time.
Who here is it your first time at the state championship? Let's clap for them. Give them a round of applause. It's super awesome to be here. Shortly here, we are going to head over to the Woody Flowers field to see who is going to win this state championship, but we also have awards. Let's hear it if you think your team is going to win an award. I'm excited to see Marie Curie's representation over there.
All right, we've got thumbs up. Everyone, let's count down together in 3, 2, 1, go!
And they are off for the final match of the Marie Curie division. Zoobotics starting off with delivering a neutral sample, followed by the Miners delivering a neutral sample, picking up one from the ground and dropping it into the high basket. Overclocked Bots with their second specimen onto that high chamber for the Blue Alliance, followed by the Hydra Dragons getting their second one. They go for a third. The Overclocks back to the observation zone to grab a fourth. Hydra Dragons get their third specimen, and we've got multiple neutral samples in the high basket.
3, 2, 1.
Step up and drive. It is the final match of the Marie Curie division. Hydra Dragons adding a fourth specimen to that high chamber. Overclocked Bots and Zoobotics, one for each alliance, depositing a neutral sample and heading towards the submersible. Hydra Dragons bringing over an alliance-specific sample. Overclocked Bots delivering a neutral sample for the Blue Alliance. Zoobotics doing the same for the red. The Miners with a specimen in tow, clipping it onto the high chamber. Zubotics dropping a neutral sample. They head back over to the submersibles, overclocked with a neutral sample into the high chamber. Hydra Dragons delivering more and more of those Alliance-specific samples into the observation zone. They grab another one from inside the submersible, and their human player is turning it into specimens with the clips. We've got overclocked bots completing those cycles. Zubotics dropping a neutral sample for the Red Alliance. They're running out of space over there. Overclocked bots delivers one and head back to the submersible. Hydra Dragons picking up a specimen from the observation zone. CSA Miners delivering those Alliance-specific samples and turning them into specimens. They grab it and they head over towards the submersible, and they go to clip it on the high chamber. They've got it. Overclocked bots delivering another sample, heading back to the submersible. 30 seconds left in this match. We've got another neutral sample into the high basket for both alliances, and another specimen onto that high chambers. Miners completing those cycles. We've got one more neutral sample. We're running out of space on both sides. 10 seconds left in the match. They are starting to ascend. The claws are in the air. Robots are up on both sides. One and time. That was an incredible match by both teams. I am so proud to have been your game announcer for the Marie Curie field because you have been all so successful this weekend. It has been an absolute pleasure to see all of your hard work. Let's give a big round of applause to Ethan, our other game announcer that you've been hearing this weekend. And possibly all season. He's been at a few other events. Let's have a drum roll for your Marie Curie Division champions. Let's see those scores. Drum roll, please. And the winner of Marie Curie Blue Alliance. Congratulations to Alliance 2. Alliance 1, you give it up for your captains. 23623, the Hydra Dragons. 16646, Zubotics. Now give it up for the Marie Curie Division champions. 11228, the overclocked bots. And 8533, the CSA Miners. I have just been told that this is, without penalties, the highest unpenalized score ever. All other high scores have had penalties involved. So this was a clean match, no penalties for either side. And that is something to be super proud of for Alliance 1 and Alliance 2. Thank you all so much for joining us over here on this field. We're going to head over to Woody Flowers for the championship matches.